worship you now. Holy, holy, holy are you, Lord. The elders and angels bow. The redeemed worship you now. Holy, holy, holy are you, Lord. Oh, the elders and the angels bow. The redeemed worship you now. Holy, holy, holy are you, Lord. The elders and the angels bow. The redeemed worship you now. Holy, holy, holy are you, Lord. I will exalt you, and I will exalt you, and I will exalt you, and you are my God, and I will exalt you, and I will exalt you, and I will exalt you, and you are my God, and I will exalt you. I will exalt you. For you have been good. I will exalt you. I will exalt you. For you have been merciful. I will exalt you. I will exalt you. For you have been kind to us, 'cause you are my God. He's my hiding place. He's my safe refuge, my treasure, Lord. You are. You're my friend and King, and anointed one, most holy. Oh, You are my God, and I will exalt you because you've been kind to us, and I will exalt you because you've been faithful, Jesus. I will exalt you. You are my God. Exalt you, and I will exalt you, and I will exalt you, and you are my God.
Praise the Lord. Thank you very much, Sister Zion. That was a very wonderful time of worship. So we're going to go straight into a first icebreaker, and then we will have a talk from that gentleman over there in the jacket looking behind him. If he's going to talk to us about reflecting on the year. So for this icebreaker, I created some space at the front because I'm going to use this front. So if everyone can come to the front, we will do, this is the start line, and this is the finish line over there. And the objective of this game is to basically make it from there to there. Simple enough, right? Simple enough. All right, so can everyone come to the front, please, if you don't mind? Everybody. This is the start line. So just here, not behind the door though, so it's not, no one like hits you in the back of the head when they open the door. But just around here, you can spread out as much as possible. First person to get here wins, all right? I'll tell you what you do in a moment. Just everybody to start line, all right? So you can just be careful for the door. Don't stay behind the door so that the door doesn't hit you. But here, yeah, this is perfect. So this is how this game works. Like I said, the objective is to get from here to there. First person here wins. But you're not going to be running. It's not a race, obviously. So don't worry about, the outfit you wore if it's not conducive for running. So I'm going to read out some scenarios, ask you guys some questions. And if it applies to you, you would take either a step forward, a step backward, or 2 steps forward, all right? So listen carefully. And I need you guys to be very honest. It's reflective, so be honest with yourselves, okay? So first scenario, take a step forward if you've accomplished your New Year's resolution. Just 1 step forward, and that step has to be your normal step. Don't do this, all right? If you have no resolutions, then this doesn't apply to you, so you're not eligible to take a step forward. But if you've accomplished your New Year's resolutions, take a step forward. So who took a step forward? Put your hand if you took a step forward. Okay, so can I ask what was your New Year's resolution? If you don't mind sharing. If you do mind sharing, it's fine. But if you don't mind.
I had no resolution, I had goals. So does that
Yeah, that's the same thing. So would you like to share? Yeah, go ahead.
I did really well in my college exams, and I got a triple distinction star, and I am going to be featuring in my college's alumni thingy for academic excellence. So it is something I am really happy about.
That's great. Round of applause for that. Fantastic. How about yourself? Sorry. Also, when everyone takes this mic, just say your name first, quick introduction, so we know who you are.
I'm Isabella, and one of my new and one of my New Year's resolutions was to get better grades towards science, especially because I struggled a lot with it in year 7. and I got really, really good grades. So, yeah.
Round of applause. Nice. Thank God for that. Anyone else take a step forward? Yes.
I'm Efora, and I'm Isabella's mommy. I wanted to learn swimming this year, and I did. How to swim. So.
Nice. Anybody else take a step forward? If I notice you took a step forward, then you... Okay, fair enough. Right, okay, so first round, only 3 people took a step forward. Okay, now listen to this one. Take a step forward if you've made 2 new friends this year, at least 2 new friends this year. Okay. Wow, I won't bother asking because this one, obviously, I trust that everyone's been honest. So yeah, you made 2 new friends this year. Fantastic. Let me just pick on one person. Zion, where did you make your friends?
I made them at uni.
And what are their names?
Joy and Ashley.
Nice. Okay, now, take a step forward if on average you slept early this year. On average. What I mean by that is like, for most of the time you slept early this year. Obviously there'll be some times where you don't. Early is dependent on how late you slept last year, like on average. So it's subjective, but if you're honest with yourself and you feel like you slept earlier this year, on average, take a step forward. Okay, good. Take a step forward if, on average, again, subjective, but be honest with yourself, if you ate healthier this year. Generally speaking, yeah, if you ate healthier this year. It's quite subjective, but this is where it's reflection. I need you to reflect. Take your time. I won't rush these questions. I want you to think about it. Have you been eating healthier this year than you were last year or previous years on average? Healthier food. We all know what healthy food is, but relative to yourself. Okay. Next one. Wow, some people are still at the back. Sorry, I shouldn't say that, sorry. Take a step forward if you spent less time on social media this year. Nice, well done. Spent less time on social media. Okay, now listen to this one. Take a step forward if you studied more this year. Some people studied more because they had to, and some people had masters, so they had to study more this year. But that's good. It's good to know everyone studied more. So can I ask, let me pick on yourself, Oisi, what do you study?
In terms of what?
Like, what did you said you studied more, so when you say you studied more, what do you mean? What subjects did you study more?
The subject I do for...
Ask the wrong person.
I didn't usually study at all before, so...
Oh, so you don't study at all before? You're just one of those people that come to the exam hall and just A-star straight away without studying. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, cool. Welcome, guys. We're playing a game. Unfortunately, you have to start at the back of the pack. Tomika and Patrick, when you put your stuff down, you can just join us at the back. But I'll read out the remaining questions. I'll read out the earlier questions so you can catch up if you need to catch up. So, Patrick and Tomika, from the back, start from the back. Step back, where Patrick is. So take a step forward if you've accomplished your New Year's resolution this year. Okay, take a step forward if you've made 2 new friends this year. Good. Take a step forward if on average you slept earlier this year. Take a step forward if you ate healthier this year. Take a step forward if you spent less time on social media this year. Wow, okay, so you're all caught up. Good. So, take a step forward if you studied more this year. I knew that was coming. All right. Take a step forward if you got a job this year. Now, that's a massive step. What job did you get, Tito? I mean, any, paid or voluntary. Anything you class as a job. What job did you get, if you don't mind sharing?
I do mind, sorry.
Okay, no problem. I'll ask you then. What job did you... Who else took a step forward? If you took a step forward, what job did you get this year?
I work at a charity shop.
Oh, nice. Fantastic. That's good. And what job did you get this year, Zan?
I worked with brownies.
Nice. Did anyone else take a step forward? Oh, yes. What job did you get this year? Or jobs?
The first job I got was I was working as a modern slavery and anti-human trafficking support worker. And the new job that I have right now, I'll be working as a domestic violence support worker.
That's good. Great. Fantastic. Okay. Now it's going to get very strict. Take a step backward if you spent too much time playing video games this year. I'm not playing, so okay, honest. Again, we're being honest with ourselves. Some of you might have to go through the door by the time I'm done with this list. Take a step backward if you spent way more time indoors than outdoors this year. And be honest. Backward, not forward, backward. This time we're going backward. Be honest with yourself, you spent more time, even if that's 51% to 49%, if you spent more time indoors than you did outdoors this year, take a step backward. Okay. Take a step backward if you spent more money on things you didn't need. Again, be honest with yourselves. On things you didn't need. You know yourself, and you know that this is not something I needed, and I caught. So now I'm intrigued. What did you spend your money on? If you don't mind sharing.
Perfume.
I mean, an argument can be made. Oh, it's a lot of perfume. Okay, you don't need that many perfume. Okay, cool. Take a step backward if you got a detention this year. This applies to students. Wow, you get detentions in university. Oh, 6. Oh, okay, yes. You went 6 from this year, yes. Yeah, if you got detention this year, take a step backward. I'm going to pick on someone. Who took a step backward? Put your hand up. Don't be shy. Okay, Patrick, just shout out. What did you get detention for? Playing in class. What were you playing? Oh, yeah, that's in class. TikTok. Okay, Ife, what did you get detention for? So if you didn't hear that, he got detention for being late, and he didn't attend that detention, so he got another detention. Zion, what did you get detention for? Shout it out. Being late, okay. That's the classic reason. Now that's, you guys are in trouble because my next question is, take a step back if you came late for work or school more than 5 times this year. More than 5 times. If you came late for work or for school more than 5 times. I didn't see who stepped back, so put your hand up if you step back. Okay, interesting. So you can see people going back forward. Okay, cool. Now, this one's gonna help some people. Take 2 steps forward if you spent more time in prayers this year. Okay, cool, that's good. Take 2 steps forward if you spent more time reading the scriptures this year. That's reading your Bible studies. Take 2 steps, yeah? You just know, within yourself, you will know. That's why it's a reflective thing. So you reflect on your last year and how well you think you did. And it's a self-reflection. So I won't know if you're right or wrong, only you know, all right? So take 2 steps forward if you feel like you contributed more to church activities this year. 2 steps forward. Okay, I'll give you guys time to think. Church activities, whether events going on in church, you work in church, or helping out with one thing or the other. Take 2 steps forward if you've won a soul for Christ this year. If you've led someone to Christ this year. Yes.
I understand God is. What if we evangelized them and they said, okay, I'll accept God, but you don't know if they fully, willingly gave their life to Christ properly?
I mean, okay.
What if that person's already a Christian, but they weren't that devoted, and you made them even more devoted?
Yeah, I mean, if you feel like that counts, sure. And if you feel like your situation counts as well, sure. It's just up to you how you measure it. Okay. Take. he's already won the game. He's safe. Let's say he's safe. He's in the safe zone. Take 2 steps forward if you feel like you contributed to your community this year. Community events, charity, anything of that sort. The wider community. 2 steps forward. Anything. It's subjective, so it's just reflects. If you feel like you've contributed to your community this year, take 2 steps forward. Okay. Now we're going to be really honest. As more people are coming to the front, I'm making these up as I go along, by the way, just letting you know. So don't ask me too many questions. Take 2 steps forward if you're a student and you joined a society this year. Questions? Yes, what are the questions? Then don't take steps forward. That's what I said. If you're a student and you join a society, take 2 steps forward. Yes. Take 3 steps forward if you created a society. If you created a society in university or in school or wherever you study, or even in your workplace, because I know they do societies in some workplaces, take 3 steps forward. Okay, interesting. Now, final rounds. Take 5 steps backwards if you haven't listened to my music. I'm joking. All right, take a step forward if you feel like you've been more hygienic this year. So we have people in the safe zone. You're almost there. In fact, you're there. Don't worry, you're there. Well done. Well done. Okay, now take a step forward if you feel like you spent less time looking at screens this year. Screens, TV, your phones, video games. If you feel like you spent less time this year, take a step forward. Okay, now this one, really think about this one, this next one. Take 3 steps backwards. Sorry, take a step backward for every time you've had an argument with someone and you didn't apologize. Think about how many times you've had an argument with someone and you didn't apologize. Take a step backward for every time. It doesn't matter. Because it's... If you haven't apologized or made up with someone that you had an argument with, or made peace with somebody you had an argument with, every time, wow. Or made peace. You don't have to, I'm not saying you have to be friends again, but if you've had an argument or a dispute with someone and you haven't made peace with them, take a step back for every person you've had that with. For the whole year, as much as you can think about, as much as you can reflect. Okay, cool. Now take 3 steps forward if you feel like you call this year an overall success. 3 steps forward if you feel like you can definitely say this year is an overall success. Okay, good. And take 2 steps backwards if you feel like you did a lot better last year than this year in all aspects of your life. Like you feel like this year didn't go as you wanted it to go, in the sense that you didn't do as well performance-wise, whether at work, school, your health. If you call this, I don't want to say if you call this whole year a failure, because the year's not a failure in Jesus' name, but if you don't feel like you did as well this year, take 2 steps backwards. Okay, that's good. So well done, everyone. That's as much questions I can think of. Well done to those who crossed the line, and everyone crossed past halfway, so that's a good sign. So the whole purpose of that game was just to get us to reflect on our year, how our year has been, and that's what we'll be doing this afternoon, just a self-reflection. We'll be going in groups and we'll be having lots and lots of discussions. So without further ado, let me call on Brother Ife, if he's ready to give his talk about self-reflection.
Thank you, everyone. Do I really need this? Yes. Oh, for the stream, I see. Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name's Ife, and I want to talk to you guys about the importance of reflection. The importance of reflection. How many of us are in school or a student currently? Can you raise your hand? Right, the vast majority of us are in school. We're all students, almost all of us at least. We're all students here. And what I've found from being a student I'm in year 12 right now, so I'm in sixth form or college. And what I've found is that school only gets busier. The more you climb up the ladder, it only gets busier. You're in, if you're in year 7 to 11, and even if you're in year 12 or 13, you're in 5 days a week, 8 till 3. And even if you're not in school, if you're working or you have work to do, you're working for most of the day, from 8 till 3, 9 till 5, the majority of the day. And what do we do before that 9 to 5 period? Well, we're getting ready to work. And what do we do after that 9 to 5 period? Well, we're relaxing, we're doing something else. So oftentimes, we have very little spare time. We're always moving. We're like just balls in motion. We just keep moving. There's often very little time in our day-to-day lives where we're still. We're always working towards one achievement or the other. Once we've accomplished something, we go on to the next thing. Once we've accomplished year 11 with GCSEs, we go on to A-levels and then uni and then work. There's never really a period of rest. And this isn't a good thing. This is to our detriment, because reflection is very, very important. How many of us here have TikTok? Raise your hand if you have TikTok. People at the back, you don't have TikTok? No? Okay. So I'm here to tell you today to delete TikTok immediately. I'm joking, you don't have to delete TikTok. But TikTok is just an example, I find personally, of a symptom of a bigger problem we have in today's society. In today's society, we live in a sort of hustle culture where we're never still. We're always bouncing from one sort of state to another state without any intermediary period. And we're filled to the brim with distractions in our day-to-day lives. There's always something to distract us, whether we're on our phones, whether we're looking at something, doing work, there's always something to distract us. And this hinders proper and true reflection, right? Whenever we're in bed, before we're in bed, a lot of us, what we'll do is instead of reflecting, we're just on TikTok. We'll constantly have our attention fixed on something that isn't inwards. Our attention is always outwards in the lives we live today. We never give attention to ourselves. We never look into our own minds, into our own psyches and see what's going on. We're always looking outwards. We're always looking forwards. And this is not how we should live our lives. This isn't living, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. So what to do about this? We've identified the problem, which is that in our cultures today, we're too busy. We have an excess of busyness, which sounds a bit odd, but it's true. We have an excess of business. We're always distracted. We're always busy. So how do we slow down? How do we take our time in this world? And why is it important to take our time in this world? I'll start with why it's important to reflect, why it's important to slow down, why it's important to rest sometimes, and to stop the busyness, to stop the motion. And the reason why it's important is because, firstly, imagine, for example, you're walking down a path. Imagine you're walking to maybe your friend's house, maybe you're walking to a party, maybe you're walking to school, to work, and you're walking, right? And you have Google Maps, it's in your pocket, right? But you're walking, and there's this long path, and every 5 or so minutes, there's an intersection of a path where you could make a turn, but you're on that path and you keep walking. If you just keep walking, you never stop to think and to check whether you're on the right route. If you keep walking and you never stop to check Google Maps to see whether Google Maps is telling you to make a right turn here or to stop and turn around because you've gotten lost, then we're just going to keep walking and walking, and we'll never know whether we've made a wrong turn and we need to turn around quickly. This analogy is why reflection is important. If we keep living our lives and we never stop to think, are we living a good life here? Is this what we should be doing? Are we where we want to be? If we just keep living and living and never stop to think, we may just live and live and live, and all along, before we've ever had a chance to stop to think, we realize we've been living a life we didn't want to live. So this is where reflection comes in. It's almost a checkpoint. You know, I did DAV in year 10, DAV Bronze, and for DAV Bronze, what we had to do is we had to complete a walk, one single walk. We camped 2 nights and we completed a walk. And every sort of, 2 kilometers, there'd be a DAV instructor there at a checkpoint to make sure we've gotten to the right place and to make sure we know where we're going next, where the next checkpoint is. This was for the purpose that we didn't get lost, right? So if, for example, we made a wrong turn, or we were going to make a wrong turn somewhere down the line, once we reached the checkpoint, we'd know whether we made a wrong turn or we're going to make a wrong turn somewhere down the line. And this is what reflection does. They're little sort of mini mental checkpoints, right? We're living our lives, and then we have a checkpoint and we see where we need to adjust. Maybe we need to switch lanes, maybe we need to take a right turn, maybe we need to speed up, maybe we need to slow down, maybe we need to change gears, right? This is what reflection is. It's a checkpoint. And checkpoints, to be effective, have to be often and have to be regular. There's no use having a checkpoint just once, right? If I was on my DAV walk and there was just a checkpoint once during the walk, during the hike, then we could have very easily gotten lost. There's way too much time in between checkpoints if checkpoints happen infrequently for me to get lost, right? So checkpoints have to be frequent, and they have to be often, and they have to be regular, okay? These are what our reflections have to be frequent and have to be regular, okay? And this is what will keep us from getting astray. This is what keeps us from getting lost. These mini mental checkpoints of reflection. Now, how regular and how often you do it is down to you guys, right? It's down to what you do yourself, how you think you are as a person and what you need. Me personally, what I do is I have 3 sort of mini reflections during the day, what I call examinations of conscience, right? I examine my conscience at 3 times during the day. Upon waking up, so I wake up and I reflect. I have a period, before I do anything, before I get into the busy day, I have a period of stillness, a period of reflection, and I reflect. That's upon waking up, before doing anything at all. Then I have one after my main big meal in the day. So I have my meal. It's probably going to be lunch or supper. I have that meal, and I don't, during that meal and after that meal, I don't distract myself. I don't find a source of distraction. I know often, and sometimes what I used to do is I used to watch YouTube while I was eating because it was, I don't know, it was just fun. It was just a distraction. But what I've tried to do now in recent time is to let go of these distractions that sort of stop me from having this reflection time. And during my meals and after the meal, I sit there and I reflect while I'm eating and after I've eaten. And the final, third reflection I have in the day is before I go to bed, directly before I go to bed. This replaces the time I would have used maybe 6 months ago to be on TikTok, right? Before I went to bed, maybe 6 months ago, I would scroll on TikTok for a bit, and whenever I felt sleepy, I'd put my phone away and go to bed. But what I've found is I've replaced this time with a period of reflection. And this sort of 3-point reflection system has worked magical things for me. Honestly, it's like, I think that's the simplest change I've made to my life that's resulted in the biggest sort of effect. I've seen so many things. The first of which is my productivity. I've seen that with more reflections, I become more productive because I know exactly what I'm doing next. Think back to the D of E analogy where I have checkpoints on my hike. If you have a checkpoint, you know the quickest route. You know there's a D of E instructor there, and he can tell you the quickest route to the next checkpoint. And that's how these reflections feel. If I reflect and I'm having a bad day, let's say, from morning, let's say I get into school at 8:30, and I've had a bad day up until 2 p.m., and I eat my meal, and I'm reflecting at 2 p.m., it's almost as if I get another day. I get a new lease of life, right? It's almost as if that period of time has passed, and now I have a chance to face the day anew because of that time of reflection. I can see where I've gone wrong and what I need to change. Think about it if I didn't have that period of reflection. That period of badness would just continue for the whole day, and I wouldn't know why I was having a bad day. But add in just a simple, maybe 2 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute reflection session, and now that disappears. Now you can know where you've gone wrong, and now you can change what is making the day a bad one. So that's really the power of reflection. It allows you to change course. It allows you to switch gears. It allows you to just have this ability to self-correct very, very quickly. You don't need to have a lot of the times in our culture we only really reflect at the end of a year, right? We have New Year's resolutions and we have yearly goals, and that's the only reflection period. And it's no wonder. I'm sure you all hear the stats that gym memberships, they sort of spike during January, February, and then they experience a massive drop-off in March, and then throughout the year it just gets worse and worse. And it's no wonder, really. If your only checkpoint is at the end of the year, and you have no other checkpoints, you're going to lose the path. You're going to lose your way. Versus, imagine if you put a checkpoint at the end of each month. You might lose your way towards the end of the month, but just as you're losing your way, you have a checkpoint to steer you right back on track. And this is what it does. This is the power, the potency of reflection. It steers you back on its way. And I'm not sure for you guys how often you guys reflect. Some of you may be reflecting not enough. Some of you may think you're reflecting frequently enough, often enough. But I just want to say that I just want to sort of give you the evidence from what I've seen reflection do and what potency it holds. How much time do I have left, Manuel? 10 minutes, okay. Yeah, so that's what I'm here to do, to give you the evidence of what reflection does. It's very powerful. Yes, so it steers us back on track. As for how we can cut through distractions in this busy world, because that's the real thing that hinders reflection, distractions. There is a lot of distractions, right? I watched a documentary in computer science in year 11. It was about software engineering and about how the people who make these social medias, TikTok, Instagram, Reddit, X, Snapchat, etc., what they do is they have a group of engineers, a group of software engineers, and they put them in a room. The brightest minds from MIT, from Yale, from Oxford, from Cambridge, from UCL, they put them in a room, all the brightest minds, and the only goal is to discuss and to think not about how we can make our app good or better. The only goal is how can we keep the user on our app for as long as possible. That's what they do. And I was shocked when I was watching the documentary. They don't it's almost cynical the way they do it. They don't give regard to maybe how it can affect you guys or how it can affect the user or how much time they could be spending or wasting. Their only goal, these engineers' only goal is to make sure you don't click off your app, the app they're working on. It's to make sure you scroll as much as possible. And that's why so many apps have introduced, I'm not sure if you guys have noticed, but so many apps have introduced this sort of TikTok-esque scrolling function. You know, Snapchat has spotlights, I think Netflix has Netflix Laughs. Is that still a thing? Does anyone know? Yeah. Pardon? Timu, yeah. TikTok obviously has TikTok, Instagram Reels. They all have this sort of scrolling thing. Pardon? Yes, yeah. Exactly, yeah. And all of this is to make sure you stay on the app long enough. Now, I don't want to sound like, for lack of a better term, I don't want to sound like your parents here. Sorry. I don't know. But I don't want to sound like your parents, because I'm a child as well. I have parents as well who tell me this. And I'm certainly not completely against social media. Social media has a lot of benefits. But I just want to make you guys aware of where social media can go awry and where we need to have our guard up and notice these ploys they're making and to fight back against distractions and to fight back against this sort of intoxication, this suffocation of things to do and things to look at. So this is what they do, yeah. And obviously, it's hard when you have almost all the odds stacked against you. It's hard when you have, like, when you have so much pressure to be on these apps, to be distracted, to do this or that or this, and it's hard to create time. It feels like it's like just choking, and there's little space to create time. There's little power to create time, which is why we're here today, which is why the other talks you're going to get are going to guide you into ways we can reflect appropriately and into ways we can fight back and cut back against these distractions and create time. Yeah, essentially. So I think my 10 minutes are up, but to summarize on everything I've spoken about today, actually, can anyone give me a summary of what I've spoken today? Anyone want to offer a summary? Go ahead. Don't let social media distract you. Yes, definitely. Definitely. Don't let social media distract you. Anyone else want to? Yes, go.
And that, what do they call it? Many social media apps don't find ways to help you, but rather find ways to keep you on screen for as long as they can. So using that opportunity to do something productive would really help.
Yes, yes. Frequent and regular checkpoints and reflections are the key. Anyone else want to offer anything they've learned today from me? No? Okay, that's fine. Yes, spend less time on social media and frequent checkpoints, frequent reflections is key, and is what I've talked about. So in summary, ultimately, we live in a world where it makes it hard for us to slow down or to even change course. We're always busy, we're always jumping from one thing to the next. And this is really, really bad because it doesn't let us self-correct and it doesn't let us change course when we're going on the wrong path. So to combat this, we have to find time, find stillness, find quiet, find silence to reflect on ourselves. Often people do it just at the end of the year, but studies have shown, statistics have shown that this isn't enough, and this would lead us to, in January, having a lot of momentum, a lot of power, a lot of speed, and losing that speed as the year goes on. And we find that we don't accomplish our goals by the end of the year. In fact, most people who make goals in December have forgotten what goals they made by September. So regular checkpoints are almost regular reminders of what our goals are, and regular sort of, like in F1, like the cars have like checkpoints where they change their wheels and they get fuel and they get sort of recourse to continue the race. And this is what reflection does. It gives us more motivation and it gives us more power and more direction and more drive, more purpose to attack our year, and our goals. And this essentially is the importance of reflection. Thank you.
Thank you for that talk, FM. Does anyone have any questions? Any questions? Yes.
In like out of my friends, because most of my friends have social media, and every time they ask, "Oh, do you have Snapchat or do you have TikTok?" and I'm like the only person that says no because I'm not allowed social media apart from WhatsApp, but I don't think that counts. But it's kind of, it feels like they're kind of pressuring me in a way, and it kind of makes me feel left out. So how do I like not make myself feel like that?
Does anyone have an answer? Does anyone want to answer that? Did you get a question?
The question was, just to make sure I got the question right, the question was essentially that, like, when other people in your class or in your community have something and you don't, it separates you from your peers and you feel left out. Is that right? Yeah. I understand that. I really do. I find that a lot. Even, I don't think it ever really goes away, to be honest. However old you get. I'm 16, sorry, I'll be 17 in 3 days. I'm 16, and even now, I still feel that, and I've felt that for a long time. It's hard when you feel separated from your peers. And it can be very, very discouraging, and it can make you wonder why you're even doing it in the first place. I do understand that. But I would sort of advise you to find people who who make you feel included more, who you don't feel left out around by not having TikTok, social media, and obviously the best of friends is Jesus. So stay real close to Jesus, and understand that he also felt how you feel about how it can be ostracizing from your peers. I mean, he was basically an outcast in society. He was being kicked out of cities whenever he entered. He had no place to stay. He only had 12 friends. So just try and stay close to Jesus and find people who will make you feel less excluded. Does that answer your question?
But if you're going to stay away from those who aren't, like, what do you call it? Please, like, stay away from the people, or rather find people who are not, yeah. If you're going to do that, aren't you chasing away the people rather than trying to bring them in like Jesus tried to do? Because he didn't really ostracize, or he didn't really stay away from them, or rather try to bring them towards him. So how would you... Isn't it better to try and get them to be like you rather than to just leave them in their ways?
All right, praise the Lord. To answer the question and to see how I can answer this one too. Truth is this: you are missing nothing if you stay away from social media. That's the truth. I encourage people to be well informed, to get close to people. However, even if you dare choose to do so, you are missing nothing. And it also doesn't negate the fact that you cannot still reach out to people. We should be careful not to allow a level of inferiority complex to make us think that if we are not with them, they can't reason with us. All the people that created all these social media things, the Zuckerbergs, they locked themselves up out of the world for some time. That's the truth about that. They locked themselves up in their garages to create these things. Today, we are all rushing towards them. What are you ready to lock yourself up for? I have a friend, he's a contemporary of pastor. he stayed away from television, any form of electronic media for 2 years. Is he alive? 2 years. No form of electronic, no television, no radio, no internet, nothing. 2 years. His only source of information was hardcover book. He's not dead. He's working in a big oil company in Nigeria. His wife is a big consultant in KPMG. So the truth is this, you are missing nothing if you say, I lock myself up and get the Bob Marleys of this world. Do you think they got reggae by just mixing up with everybody singing reggae, funk, rock? They lock themselves up to get the... So what are you ready to lock yourself up for? So I understand your point of getting informed, but the truth is this, get yourself informed from a point of advantage, of having the advantage. You are just keeping yourself moving, not because without the people on social media, I've given the example several times. This guy, Eminem, is following nobody on social media. Eminem, he's following nobody. You can check it out. 0 followers. Yet, he has millions of followers and he's following nobody. Has it affected his brand? So we should know that what is in us is greater than it that's in the world. I'm on social media. By God's grace, I'm very informed on a lot of things, but it will shock you. 99 point... Okay, let me reduce it now to 96% of all the information I have, none comes from the internet. As vast as Ayodele Kufalami is, I can say this for free. You hear Ayo talk about a lot of things happening in the world. I'm on social media, but that's not... I don't even get them from internet. I just get them from the conventional CNN, BBC. So the point is this, even if you choose to stay away, truth is this, you are losing nothing. You are losing nothing. So don't think as if until you're on social media, until you're on TikTok. I'm not on TikTok. I'm not on Snapchat. I joined Instagram out of peer pressure. Out of everybody's on it. Okay, I'm just on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn. Then if you call WhatsApp, social media. That is even too much for me, Seth. To be honest, it's too much. So your life is more important than you want to know what's going on in life. Let them know what's going on in your life. Lock yourself up for some time. John the Baptist lived in the wilderness for almost all his life. By the time he came out to say, repent, everybody went to meet him in the bush. You get my point? So don't think you can't reach out to them until you mix with them. No. Let me say it again. Thank God a lot of you know me. I'm a social person. I mix up with people. I know news. I know things. I know entertainment. You are by God's grace. It doesn't mean I'm still not old school. I'm still old school. But you don't lose anything. It's not until you follow all the information on Vogue, social media, follow the Kardashians, follow so and so before you get informed. No. So that's what I want to tell you.
All right. Thank you for that. Anyone else? Any questions or anything they want to say? Okay, so here's what we're... Yes?
One of the questions she asked is, how do you deal with the pressure that comes from those people who are thinking, why are you not... Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, I think one of our questions, Isabella, correct me if I'm wrong. One of the questions she asked is, how do you deal with the pressure from those people, a group of friends who are saying, why are you not on social media platforms? And I would say, am I correct? That's one of the questions. Thank you. So you look at it, looking at all the responses everyone is given. What have you lost so far by not being on it? Ask yourself that question. What have you lost? Really, you think of it, nothing. Nothing. And because you are where you are without it, and you can get to where God has destined you to be without it. Like Brian explained, you can get information from other mediums. It doesn't have to be social media. Look at when we were growing up, there was nothing like social media. And look at, by the grace of God, and I also love what Ife said. it's not about what those people want for you, it's about what you want for yourself. It's about the goals you have for yourself. And you know you can achieve those goals without those social media platforms. So it's about you knowing for yourself what you want. And if you look at yourself deep down and you've not really missed anything. So why? It doesn't matter what they say. Dealing with that pressure now, it doesn't matter what they say. It's about you maintaining your own stand and saying, I've got nothing to lose. I'm not losing anything. So no matter how they pressurize you, you have it deep inside you. I'm not losing anything. And so if I'm not losing anything, why bother my head about it? Does that make sense?
Let me just give you an example of myself. 1990 World Cup. I love football. 1990 World Cup, guys. I was 10 years old then in primary school. There is practically no match I didn't watch. Practically none of those matches. The first match, I can tell you the story. The first match was Cameroon versus Argentina, when Cameroon surprised Argentina, beating Maradona's Argentina 1-0. Up to the final match that Bremer scored penalty for Germany. That's how much I loved football. Secondary school. When I got to university, I told myself, come on, what is all this? I told myself, because my Saturdays were meant for fellowship, I told myself, I will stop watching football. And I stopped watching football. 5 years in the university, I didn't watch any live match. 5 years. The only one I bent myself to watch was the finals of Brazil, Germany, South Korea, Japan 2000. Guess what? There's still no football information. I still don't know till today. And I don't watch live football. You get my point? And I still don't, and there's no football information today that I still don't know. So that time of wasting 90 minutes to say I'm watching one live match, I've used it for something else. Something more productive. So, I don't know if you come. So truth is that you are losing nothing. Don't have that thing that if I don't get it like this, I will, People have watched, they didn't become analysts, they didn't become footballer, they didn't become anything, and they are still spending all their money on live. So you are losing nothing. I just wanted to cite that example.
I was trying not to speak so you don't think mommy's mommying you again. But I think Ife said something that's very profound. It's a human response to feel left out when everybody around you have something that's not really, you could use social media for good things. So especially when you know this is not categorically a sin and you've been deprived from, using it. It's a human response to feel left out. That feeling will show up in other ways, even as an adult. There are things that sometimes you feel left out. If maybe my friends are hanging out and I was not invited, I feel left out. It's human. However, how you deal with it is like a muscle. The earlier you learn to cultivate the habit of being confident in the truth you know and allowing that to be an anchor for you, the easier it then gets with time. So you know the truth and the fact from what we've shared today, that you're not missing anything, that you're actually saving more time. And there's loads of researches that have been done on how social media can create stress, ADHD. We had this conversation at home the other day. So there's a lot of information on there on medical reasons, psychological reasons, why we should consume our time with social media. So the truth is, you are making the best decision for yourself for now in the season. You need to be confident in that truth and allow it to be an anchor. And like Ife said, find people. They don't necessarily need to be people from school. Find people whose parents have similar views to yours. And I have to say, it's a lot hard for you guys growing up now, because when I was growing up, there was no social media. I didn't have to have all this conversation with my parents because everybody around me, they thought the same way, we had the same values, so it's much more easier the way we grew up. So you need to do that find people whose family values are similar to yours, and then it becomes easier when you have other people to talk to who are not constantly on their phone and talking about TikTok. Does that help? Yeah.
Thank you very much, everyone who answered. All right, so very quickly, we're going to move on. We're going to get into a session of group discussions. So we'll split ourselves into 3 groups, or rather, I will split you into 3 groups. So let me say this is table 1 over here, table 2, and this is table 3. All right, 1, 2, 3. All right, so I will split you guys now. So can you join that table over there, please? Can you join that table over there, please? Ore, can you come to this table over here, please? Momo, can you go to that table over there, please? This table here. Please. He's shaking your head. Zion, this table here, please. Ife, this table here, please. Tommy, are you busy? This table here. Tito, this table here, please. Okay. And can you please join this table here? Yeah, this table. This one. Just this one. Yeah, sorry. Separating you from mom. I forgot. Okay, this one. Yeah, this one, yeah. So those on, oh, sorry, I forgot you. Do you want to join this table here? You're fine there. So you can just come over to this side. All right, so just everyone gather. So you guys can just turn around here. So you guys are one team, everyone here. So it's just 3. So 1, 2, 3. Okay. So you guys want to come here? Patrick, this table here, please. All right. And then Jemima, you're here. All right. Brilliant. Tito, you know where you are? Huh? What about it? Yes. Did I put you on a table? Sorry, my fault. Can you join this table here, please? Yes, I think I made that as even as possible. Oh, and then Minister Ayo, if you want to get involved, you can join this one here. You don't want to get involved? No, for antisocial. All right, so I think it's well even. If your table has someone who looks significantly older than you, please do not be intimidated by their presence. I want everyone to feel free to discuss, and I'll give you the topic of discussion in a minute. And also, if your table has people that are significantly younger than you, please don't be intimidated by their presence as well. I just have to say that. So the discussion in our groups, in our table, can someone get the door? The discussion in our groups will be these 4 questions, and I will give context to them, so don't worry if it sounds a bit too broad and generic. So the first question, well, the first thing is an overview of your 2024, basically. First question being, what was your biggest accomplishment this year? What was your biggest accomplishment this year? So it would be helpful if someone could write these down, someone from your group can write these down so I don't have to keep repeating it. I'll be given the context in which you will answer these questions in your groups. But the first question is, what was your biggest accomplishment this year? Second question is, what were your setbacks? What were your setbacks? Third question is, what challenges did you face and how did you overcome them? What challenges did you face and how did you overcome them? Fourth question is, what is one thing you wish you had done differently? What is one thing you wish you had done differently? So I'll repeat the 4 questions again. First of all, you start by giving an overview of your 2024. Then you answer the first question, what was your biggest accomplishment this year? Second question, what were your setbacks? Third question, what challenges did you face and how did you overcome them? And fourth question, what is one thing you wish you had done differently? Those are the 4 questions we'll be looking at. Now for context, oh, great timing, guys. Thank you for joining. So when you're ready, just find a table to join. There are 3 groups here, so just any table, join, please. I should repeat the questions again. So the first question is, what was your biggest accomplishment this year? Second question is, what were your setbacks? Third question, what challenges did you face and how did you overcome them? And then fourth question, what is one thing you wish you had done differently? Now, in the context, the first context we'll be discussing is academic and career. Academic and career. So with the lens of academic and career, obviously those who are in school discussing based on your school stuff, those who are working towards a career goal or whatever the case may be, that is the topic of discussion. So in that context, please, in the next 5 to 10 minutes, just discuss what was your biggest accomplishment in your career or academics? What were your setbacks in your career or academics? What challenges did you face and how did you overcome them? And what is the one thing you wish you'd done differently this year in your career or academically speaking? So 5 to 6 minutes, just have that discussion, and then I will be calling on people to answer the question and tell us what you discussed in your group. So please, everyone, make sure you're speaking, make sure you're getting involved. Yes, let's do this. All right, let's go. Sorry, it may be helpful if maybe you started by introducing yourselves in your groups before you start discussion, maybe to break the ice a little bit, because everyone seems a bit tense. All right, everyone just relax, breathe. We're good. It's a safe space. All right, 3 minutes left, and then we move on to the next topic. All right, less than a minute left. Let's round up conversations as we move on to the next topic. All right, that is time up, time up, time up. All right, so let me pick on someone from this table. What was discussed? Nominate somebody from this table. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, trying to praise the Lord. I try to use, and I try to look at the steps or the questions. And my example is in regards to career, my career, that one of my greatest accomplishment for this year was getting a new role, sort of like a promotion in my place of work. And the story behind this is, I initially went for a role which was meant to be 2 roles above my then current role. And when I went for it, I remembered a few minutes before I went in for the interview, someone who was already, because I'd aspired that, okay, as somebody of color, of ethnic minority, it could be very difficult for you to get a managerial role. And I was like, why? It had already been at the back of my mind, don't bother to go for it, because you won't even get it. I remembered one of the questions they asked me was, why do you think you fit in for this role? And I remember one of the response, or one of the points I give them in my response was, as a person of color, I've had to work twice more than every other person just to achieve something. It's not that we can do it. We can and we will. And that was my emphasis. I can and I will. And I said, it wasn't unfair for us to actually be working in roles or delivering roles and responsibilities, but not being recognized for it. And so the one I went for, like I said, just a couple of minutes before I went in, I remembered someone coming in, one of the managers coming in to tell me, it's your first time, you won't get it, don't even bother. And you can imagine that would have discouraged me. And I went in for it, and lo and behold, and I was told, sorry, you didn't get it. But there was another role then, which was just a role above my current role. And I said I wasn't going to go for it. I said there was no point. I went for this one, I didn't get it. And I know I won't get this one. But I remember a member of the panel telling me, if you don't come for it, if we have to get a taxi to your home to come and pick you, we will. Because I was already delivering those roles anyway. To cut the long story short, I went for it and I got it. But then the challenge there was, imagine the statement I got that actually affected me in a way. I wouldn't have gone for the second one. So it's about not what people say. Whatever people say that seems to be negative, don't allow it to get to you. Don't allow it to stop you. That would have been a very big challenge for me, like it did. But thank God for that lady who came and said no. I had this feeling at the back of my mind that it was already a done deal. They had decided, none of this, you are not going to get any. But I think the point, because I remember at the time I made that statement, the chairperson of the panel dropped a pen and was looking at me. When I said, as a person of ethnic minority, we know this and that. So that was, I would have kept quiet, I would have kept mute, I might not have gone for it, but I did. And then in terms of the regrets, when they called me to tell me that I had the role, they said there were 2 positions, similar role. And they told me, you were the best candidate. Which of the roles do you want? Rather than for me to tell them, leave it with me, I'll come back to you, I'll think about it. I made a decision immediately. And I think that decision, because one of the people who went for that role was once my manager. And I believe if I'd taken time, what I thought at the time was, I looked at distance between the 2 roles. One will be, yes, very close to in town. The other one will be within shore. I wasn't willing to travel. So I said, I'll pick this one. But because of that, the other person who would have gotten, by the manager, who would have gotten the second role, lost out. If only I'd taken time to pray about it, which I didn't. I made my decision there and then. It might be a different story. Another person would have gotten a second opportunity. He lost out, he didn't get any. So that is the setback, which could have been avoided. So that's it.
Okay, this table, what was discussed? In just 30 seconds, just give a summary of what was discussed and what you said personally. Yeah. And introduce yourself first before you start speaking.
My name is Ichola, and on our table, we discussed the setbacks that we experience in our career and also in academics. And I think the major thing spoken was just how we're all able to succeed in our different roles as students and also in his place of work, and how he also said that he was trying to get a job and he was able to get something, although it was just a one-off thing, but he was able to get it, so that's really good. And I think he was also speaking about setbacks and how he doesn't see setbacks as a thing of, how he doesn't really consider setbacks as like a bad thing, because he referenced something in the Bible, I think it is finished, and yeah, I'm just going to give it to him to speak more on that.
So you were asking me a question, and I was talking about the fact that I don't see setbacks, and it's just the way my mind works, the way I've trained my mind over the years. I think it was John that was talking about the fact that I have overcome the world. You know, in this life you face many troubles. So setbacks are part of life. You don't dwell on them. You don't wait on them. You just move on to the next mountain. Because you lose this mountain doesn't mean you can't take the next one. Like Auntie was saying the other time, you just keep moving. You know, just keep moving. Does that make sense to say? But it takes time. It takes from a place of identity and understanding. And knowing, and, you know, sometimes maybe this might not be the Pentecostal Christian message, but setbacks are part of life. Setbacks are learning stages that you stand on. Sometimes your scars. As a matter of fact, let me have this. Some of your setbacks might actually be what you used to get to the next level because you've learned something there. So never allow setbacks to be part of your life. Like you were saying, you wanted some other universities, but you got King's College. That's a beautiful one. Make the best out of it. That the universities that you wanted to go to in the first place, we wish they had you. So.
Thank you. And just to add to that, because I think something just came back to me. I just remembered a passage in the Bible. I believe it's Romans 8:28 that says, "For we know that all things work together for the good of them that love God and are called according to His purpose." And it just made me reflect because I got baptized last year, and that was the word given to me. And I've been using it in like different parts of my life, like even if it's me in uni. So I got I think an unconditional offer to one of the Russell groups because of my results. But as an international student and all of those fees and DBS, I couldn't go for that one. I had to, I won't say settle because now I'm actually seeing it as like a good thing because Salford is also a good university as well. So I don't really see different things as, that was meant to be for me, but like I missed it because I know like God is always going to, like God already has a path designed for everybody. So I just work in believing that wherever I am is where God wants me to be. Yeah.
Yeah, very well said, very well spoken. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so this table, very quickly, what was discussed, and personally for whoever has the mic, what did you say? Let's go with Ore.
I think someone else should talk because I didn't see anything in the second question.
No, the questions you said something, the questions you answered, yeah.
So I talked about, we talked about our biggest achievements. And obviously I'm still a student, so my biggest academic achievement was in all the tests we've ever had, I'm always the top student, so we thank God. And biggest setback, I'll give that to Ife.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you. That's good enough. All right, so the next question, still using those 4 questions, the next topic is finance. Finance. So we'll be discussing those 4 questions, but in the context of finances, all right? Does that make sense? So we have 7 minutes for this one. Please make sure everybody gets to speak because you never know who may be called upon. All right, so let's go. Finance. Oh, and also some groups have new members, so just make them feel welcome. You may have to reintroduce yourselves if you need to. All right. All right. Begin to bring your discussions to a close. Begin to bring the discussions to a close. We'll stop there. We'll stop there. All right, so let me start with this table this time around. Anybody to discuss finances, setbacks, goals, things like that? Why are you looking at me like that? By the way, are you supposed to be on this table? Was this the table I told you to come to? I must have made a mistake because I'm not supposed to have siblings on the same table. Okay, that's fine. Yes, go ahead.
My biggest financial achievement is saving over £100, and I don't really have.
Wait, I'm sorry. Who gave you £100?
Birthday money.
Oh, wow, that's okay. Go on.
And I don't really have a setback about from like. But it's like, let's say that if I don't have any bus money, like if they let us go on the bus for free, I just spend it on sweets, basically.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. Interesting. All right, let's go to this table. Let me pick someone else. Let me have a guy this time speak. So Praise, let me do you. I know you're a student, so how do you manage your money and what are the setbacks that you face?
Okay, so things we discussed here were mainly around financial responsibility and how a few of us have learned to manage ourselves and cut down impulse spending and trying to be more aware of needs and wants.
Fantastic. Sorry. For those who don't know, can you define impulse spending?
All right. My understanding of impulse spending is seeing something that attracts you, that catches your attention, and instead of consulting with yourself, instead of reflecting on how much you actually have, what you need, you just go ahead and purchase it, spend the money because it was flashy or because it caught your attention. So that's my understanding of impulse spending. And me specifically, as a student, one of the accomplishments in terms of my financial life would be that I have learned how to live in much and live in little. Being an international student, having to receive money from outside of the country, it's not great, especially due to the weight of pounds. But I make an effort not to show, like I said, I can live in much and live in little, and people around me wouldn't really have an idea of what's going on. So that's an accomplishment I'm proud of.
Okay. I like what you said, the weight of pounds. It's very deep. Not many people understand that inside joke. All right. Yes, you.
In terms of my finances, transitioning into uni, I've had to learn how to really save money and spend money wisely and prioritize. I'm in a fortunate position because I get student finance. So, it covers my rent and I'm able to buy groceries and still have a little over to spend something on myself if I want to. And because of the course I'm also doing, I get £5,000 per year, which is very lucky. So in terms of money, I'm comfortable, but in terms of spending that money, I've had to learn how to take a step back, put stuff in my savings, know when to spend money and how to spend it wisely. But yeah, that's how, yeah.
Okay, so a question from an anonymous source. The money you're paying, are you going to have to, the money you're receiving from the government, right, student finance, are you going to have to pay it back?
Unfortunately, yes. So, yeah, so the money I get in from student finance, so for those that aren't in university yet, depending on your household income, the government will give you a certain amount of money. There's a minimum of like 4,000, I think, and you get like a maximum of 10,000. So when you start working and have a postgraduate job, depending on your salary, once you reach a certain threshold, you're expected to pay a certain percentage back over the years. I think after 40 years or something.
No idea. I haven't started paying mine, so I can't tell you. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. But, yeah.
Yep. All right, fantastic. All right, so the next topic will be spiritual life. All right, so the same 4 questions, but your spiritual life. So let's just get straight into it. The discussion can begin. Spiritual life. All right, 1 minute left. Start rounding up conversations. Those who haven't spoken, now is the time to speak. All right, begin to round up conversations. Time is up. Okay, time up. Right, let's start with this table now. Someone please tell us what you discussed and... Huh? You're out, okay. What was discussed and share your own personal experience.
What was discussed in my group, we spoke mostly about how we have deepened our walks with God, and then a number of setbacks were around things like the kind of music we listen to, feeling like once you've taken a step forward, you've taken 2 steps back. Also trying to adjust our schedule to things that are happening to us. So making sure that our walk with God doesn't stop because something has changed. Yeah.
So what about your own personal life? Do you feel like you made a step forward this year, or do you feel like there were setbacks, and what were those setbacks and how did you overcome them?
Yeah, so one thing I shared was last year, my Spotify Wrapped did not have any Christian artists. But this year, I mean it.
Who was the Christian artist that you had?
It was Dunsi Ueko.
Oh, okay, nice, nice. What place was he? But at least he was top 5, that's good. All right, let's go with this table. Did you get a chance to? Okay, good.
What my group talked about was that the more you I don't know how to say it again. For my year this year, it was that my walk with God obviously got greater, because normally last year or so, when I'm going to school or something, when I'm going to college, I'll just like put on music, or as most people do, put on music, watch TikTok on the bus or something. But this year, on my way to school, I've started like discussing and talking with God while I'm on my way to school, you know, telling God my plans for today and stuff I want to do and accomplish today on my way to and from college. So yeah, and in the world we live in, it's very easy to sin, because you can sin through your thoughts, whether knowingly or unknowingly. So it's also good for you to pray for forgiveness at the end of the day. And there was also an instance where a man down the road in the city center was asking for money to start his business. And I just heard a voice in my head to get down the bus and give him money. So I got down and dashed him money.
Nice. Yep.
I just want to expand on something you said. The last sentence you said, the fact that things have changed does not mean your relationship with Jesus has stopped. And that's so profound, especially for the audience in this room, because people are in different seasons. You've gone from, managing your secondary school or high school studies into uni. That's another level where you feel like you don't really have the time to do it. And I am a parent, and I've gone through similar seasons where, you have your little baby, you are exhausted. So the time you have, really, you don't even want to study the Bible because you're so tired, you need to sleep. And I started using Bible verse a day. I'll just pick the Bible verse a day and meditate on it all through the day. And at that time, I felt I was not doing enough, because you hear people study hours and hours and pray hours and hours. I just physically could not do it. But recently, my 7-year-old got baptized, and when we were talking about why he wanted to be baptized, he said because he's been doing the Bible verse every day with me for years. And it was interesting to me, because whilst I was beating myself up that I wasn't doing enough, God was using that one. It literally takes us 3 minutes every day to do it. God was taking that 3 minutes to sow a seed into him that has just boomeranged into this big thing. So what I'm trying to say is, don't beat yourself up. There's grace for every season of your life. 1 minute, a Bible verse a day, every minute, is way better than not doing anything at all because you don't have time.
Thank you. That was very deep. That was very, very deep. Yes, let's go to this table. What was discussed and your personal experience? Let me go over here.
So I said that, like, me personally, my relationship with God is not really where I want it to be, because I haven't really, like, ever taken the, I guess, initiative to, like, explore my relationship with God. So I said that, like, next time, like, I'm going to start, like, trying to get closer to God and actually, like, explore my relationship with him. But I feel like for my group, they all, like, said that, like, their relationship with God is, like, really good. And, like, I don't know, like, yeah, I don't know what to say.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so the next topic, still with the same 4 questions, is social life. Social life. So, again, let's discuss with those 4 questions in mind about our social life. I think this one pertains to everyone, so this is a good time as well for the younger ones to speak. So, Momo, I'm looking at you, Patrick, Kitan, and, well, I mean, Tomika, kind of. But yeah, so let's discuss. All right, let's go. All right, less than a minute left. Let's round up conversations. All right, time up. Time up. Okay, so let's start with this table. I'm gonna ask you, Afia. Oh, you joined the conversation late. Okay. Okay, Mama.
So since I came to this country, I was in year 2, and well, I can't say, I was a bit shy then in my school because I didn't have
Stop
any
that.
friends.
Stop that.
Because I came to year 2 and I didn't have any friends because I was born in Nigeria and I didn't really, because people were making fun of me for my accent because of the way I used to speak. But then I started getting not shy and I started acting and speaking up well, and that's how I started making friends.
Nice. So, still on Momo, I want to interrogate you a little bit. So, would you say all the friends you made when you first came, you're still good friends with them now?
No, because we got moved classes. We weren't, because there is 3 different classes of the same year group, and I got moved from their class, and I wasn't with them anymore. So I started at fresh, and I made more friends.
Okay, Momo, that's nice. Do you believe in a friend for life?
No.
Explain.
Some of them might, because maybe because my school is very dramatic, and they will always say, because not saying because they're white, it's because they're they are very, very dramatic, and whenever they just meet new friends, they always say, I'll play with you tomorrow, I'll play with you tomorrow, I'll play with you. So it's just dramatic.
So that's why you don't believe in friends for life? Fair enough. Thank you, Momo. Thank you for sharing that. Can we appreciate her, please? Okay. Yes.
About social life. Well, my own personal example, I was talking about how this year, I would say I've been more social than I have been previous years. Say I've gone out with my friends more, and gone out with more people, and I've enjoyed it personally. It's a good thing to be by yourself, to reflect, to have your me time, but it's also good to go outside, talk with your friends, people that make you feel good, people that you can laugh with and feel comfortable around. So that's increased over the past year, and I felt good about that. We talked about as a group setbacks that you can face from being social. Remember a couple Sundays ago, we were talking about Christian sociability, how you should be 100% Christian and also 100% sociable. We're talking about how sometimes, as a Christian, you know your discipline, you know what you're supposed to follow. But that might be different to some people who label themselves as Christians, but don't really express it to the highest degree. And so, with you hanging around with those kind of people, sometimes you can see your own standards slip and begin to stumble a bit just because the people around you aren't holding themselves up to as high a standard as you. So we just talked about that can lead to setbacks and how we should be aware of, yes, these are good people, these are good people to be around, but to also just remember yourself, remember what you stand for, and just because some people might be doing some certain things doesn't mean that it's necessarily the right thing for you to be doing yourself.
And do you believe in friends for life?
There are some friends that are like brothers, and like with brothers, your brother is a brother for life. So I do think that you can have relationships that do last your whole life. I do think. I'm not saying you should never die for another person, but you shouldn't hold someone's life so close to you, because people can make mistakes, things happen, and there's always a time and a season for everything. So two people can split away. But I do believe if it's God's will, and if it's like brothers as such or sisters as such, and you're both make the best out of each other, then I feel like yes, you can have a friendship like that for life.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Let me ask from the same group, one of the YGs. So, Inni Mini Mani Mo. In fact, you can both speak. I'll ask you first. How's your social life been this year?
My friend Zach went on holiday for a long time. Then he came back safely.
Thank God. Glory to God for that. Glory to God. So sorry. So your friend that went on holiday, are you guys still friends now? Yeah. Okay. So what do you do when you hang out?
Play tag.
Playtime. Nice. Nice. That's good. And do you believe in friends for life?
Not really.
Not really. Why? Why?
One of my friends, Yusuf, told me off because I want to play another game.
That's not the same friend that traveled, was it? Zach. Oh, it was Zach that traveled. Yusuf is the one that told you off for playing another game. Oh, no. Not nice of Yusuf. Okay, Patrick.
I do make friends quite easily as long as there's a friend group for me to join. For example, when I was moving school in primary school, there was already a group of boys that went everywhere together. And it was during the COVID pandemic I moved school because the school I was going to wasn't Catholic and it was quite far as well. But once we resumed the year, I had already made friends. They were teaching me the ways around the school, but nobody really played with me in the playground until year 4, when they found me quite funny, and then for the rest of the 2 academic years in the school, I was friends with them.
Nice. So they became your friends because they thought you were funny. Okay, would you call yourself a social person?
Yeah.
So you think you're an extrovert?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. And do you believe in friends for life?
Yes.
Good. Why?
Because I still have their phone number, so I can still talk to them.
Ah, I see. Okay, so your friends from your previous primary school, do you still keep in touch with them?
Yeah, only one.
One of them? Oh, nice.
Because I don't have all their phone numbers.
Oh, I see. I see. That's good. That's good. All right. Round of applause for him, please. Okay. Let's go to this side. I knew I'm going to ask you. I'm joking. Let me ask you, Tomike, and then you pass the mic to someone else on your table after.
So, like, my social life has been pretty much okay. I've managed to make myself some friends, like in a small circle of friends. I talk with them. Then, like, sometimes, like one of my friends could turn away from me or talk to someone else when I want to keep in touch with them. Like, it makes me feel like isolated and left out, but I talk to myself, or I sleep, or like sometimes I go on my phone just a little while. Like sometimes I like to talk with them and do fun jokes with them.
Fantastic. Do you believe in friends for life?
No, because sometimes you may think that you may be connected with your friends a very strong connection with your friends, but in reality, like your friends could actually, like, something could happen with them. They could die. They could move houses. Yeah.
It's real
It's actually
stuff.
true.
Yeah. God forbid, but real stuff. Thank you for that. Yes, let me go over here.
Okay, so I would say that my social life in this year of 2024 was actually a very, very great one, especially transitioning from Nigeria into this country. It was initially difficult, but then I'm actually glad that I was able to come into a community where I was accepted, and it was easy for me to like familiarize myself with the people here and all of that. And also, I was very intentional about going out and exploring places, be it with people or on my own. So that was definitely a great achievement for me. I say I don't really want to call it setback or regrets, but I did meet a lot of questionable people this year. And so I always tell myself one thing, that I'm not surprised that I meet these people, because at the back of my mind, I'm always like, people are always going to disappoint you. So even when they do it, I'm like, oh, okay. But I think it really hit me this year, because there are people that I really genuinely thought that, oh, maybe these people have like my best interest at heart. And knowing that, they're presenting themselves to be what they are not, and then you now finding out later on really, really hurt me. And yeah, it was definitely a setback for me, and it made me to question a lot of things, that, okay, should I now reserve myself? Is it that I shouldn't open up myself more to people and all of that? Yeah, basically.
Interesting. And do you believe in friends for life?
Like I said earlier on, at the back of my mind, I always tell myself that people are going to disappoint you. So when certain things happen, I'm not really surprised. But I also believe that there are people that people come into your life at different seasons and at different times in life. So, yeah.
Thank you for that. And we have a question here.
Okay. Do you know how, like, say when people get married, then they'll say that they get married to their best friend, but they're married. So when you technically count that as their friends for life?
Would you? I don't know. Would you? I wouldn't, but would you? Anybody want to answer? I mean, I'm not married, so I don't know, but what I would say is, okay, let me allow people that are more experienced.
The question I first of all ask myself is, who is my friend? So if I ask myself that question, who is my friend? And then that will also make me know if I can have a friend for life, or if I do have a friend for life. So if I say, who is my friend? Someone I'm comfortable with, someone with like minds, someone that, we have so many things in common, someone that I'm not afraid to talk to, someone that I know, yes, they have my back. So with so many other definitions, if I'm married to someone I know, I can trust in, he's got my back, he's got everything, that's my friend for life. So it's possible to have friends for life. That would be my own response.
Okay, thank you, Ma. Thank you for that. Any other responses?
Can you ask that question again? Why do you ask that question? No, I'm trying to understand the questionnaire behind the question, so it helps me to answer you. What motivated that question, or where did that question come from? All right, okay. So let me put it to you this way. Great question. One thing you also need to realize as you grow older is on their wedding day, people say things. When people stand in front of the altar, they say things. Does that make sense? Sounds good. Does that make sense? Oh, my best friends for life and blah, 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 blah. But at the same time, when you're married to somebody, you are tied to them at the hip for life. Does that make sense? You see, there's a Yoruba proverbs that says, more the relationship or or how do they say it? So what that means in a nutshell, or the understanding is, 4 people can be best friends for 20 years. So what that means is things happen, people move land, move country. So for example, I'm sure there are families, I know families whereby when the parents gave back to them, they had a glorious future, so we're going to have a glorious future in this country, in Nigeria. 20 years later, one is in Canada, one is in UK, one is in America, one is in Australia. Does that make sense? So things like that can also divide people. But in life, when you find people who you connect with on deeper levels in life, no matter where they move to, you are still connected to them. Does that make sense to say? So relationships can always go beyond that. And when it comes to marriage also, before you marry somebody, there has to be a certain level of intimacy. Does that make sense, right? So, and the intimacy is not a sexual intimacy. The sexual is, let me go into that. But there has to be a certain level of intimacy of the person you are getting married to. And one other thing again is you might not always feel that your best friend is like your best friend every single day, right? Because friendship goes beyond the superficial. There's something deeper to it. There's because commitment and there's intimacy to it, you see. So I'll leave you by saying people say things in the public, but it doesn't mean that's how life works. Your own work that you have to do to build that relationship and the work the person also has to do to build that relationship also matter. That's what makes you people fresh, best friends for life. I hope I've not been too deep for you, but you might get it in 5 years, so yeah.
Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Has your question been answered? Yeah, so in a nutshell, basically, yes, what he said. All right. So my own personal take, I haven't had a chance to speak my own personal opinion, but I believe, well, most of my viewpoints come from scripture. Proverbs 18:24, Bible says, one who has unreliable friends will soon come to ruin. So I think in essence, we don't look for friends for life, we just look for reliable friends. One of those reliable friends will become a friend for life. I think where people get it wrong is you're looking for a friend for life and your expectations are there. And when they don't meet that expectation, you give up on the rest of humanity, basically. So in essence, we don't look for friends for life. We just look for someone who's reliable, and don't have expectations. I think one of my friends, I think it was Efia that told me this, and gave me this analogy that life is like you're riding a bicycle down the road and you see trees, you see birds, different things are passing by, but there are things that stay the same, like the sky doesn't move and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, good analogy. Anyone else want to add anything interesting topic on social life? Okay. After Mr. Ayer, does anyone else want to speak? Okay, 1, 2, okay, and 3. All right, just 3 more after, okay.
Just my personal experience. For those that are used to Nigeria, I grew up in Lagos, did my primary school in Lagos, did my secondary school in Akwa Ibom State, did my university in Kano. So by default, I didn't have friends that I could carry along. By default. So I just had, I'm making friends, but by the time I got to university, I was making friends with the mindset of saying goodbye. You understand? And of course, that period, we didn't have all these communication gadgets that could make us keep ourselves for long. However, there are still some in the midst of all those things that will still stand out. For example, I'll talk about Isonye. Myself and Isonye were writing ourselves letters. We'll post, and post office in Nigeria is not like what it is in UK, even at its best. It will take weeks to get down. But that's how we connected. When I met a friend in 2006, it was youth service. Youth service was supposed to be 1 year, but I still talk to this guy practically almost every day since that time. So my point is this. There are some people that you meet in some levels in life that can transcend beyond what you even define as friendship in the first place. And there are also, in social life that brought these things, there are also people you meet for different things. Some are your close parties, maybe you can confide in. Some you just want to gist, you want to fool around, they're always there for you. Some you want them to for your spiritual, they could be good friends, but not spiritual partners For example, I want to go out for a party. I can't call him. But there are some people that I can always call when it comes to prayer or to nourish myself in the spirit. So you can have friends for different purposes, because the truth is that we are all, as we are one, we have different compartments of our life too. So that's how I want to see this social life. So, and the issue of friends for life, another thing again is that there are some times that we outgrow some relationships. Not that you've hated that person or you've broken up with that person, but that person cannot just go with you again in the level you found yourself now. It just happens like that in life. Maybe the person dropped out in life, maybe on the academic ladder, or is far much ahead of you in social sphere. He's now maybe a top guy in government or in politics or in the economy that you only see him on television now, read about him in the newspaper. Oh, and this guy's my friend. Or it just happens like that. So those things separate us. It doesn't mean you broke up. It doesn't mean the relationship broke up, but things have happened. So it's part of one of the things you should be able to accommodate in moving along with. Sometimes it could even be marriage. You understand that just broke up some. So things happen that our friendship. So what I'll just say is this: they have different weights, different measurements. So there are some that will stick closer than a brother. There are some that are remote, but they still have their purpose in life. So that's just how I'll just bring up that stuff.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll go 1, and then 2, and then 3.
So at my church, me and my sister were like really close friends with these 2 other sisters, but ever since they moved to outside of Manchester, they moved to Warrington, so they kind of find it really hard to get to church every week. And because we've been like really close friends for a while, it's kind of like really hard maintaining that friendship. But I feel like, because I found it really hard, like trying to like go out with them and stuff like that. But I feel like God's just saying, like don't like let go of these friends. Like they're good people, like they're really really good people, and don't let go of them, and just like try and make, like He's figuring out ways to maintain that friendship.
Thank you. Very good. Patrick, you wanted to say something?
There's one scenario that made me doubt best friends for life, but 4 scenarios that make me actually believe friends for life. The one that makes me doubt friends for life is when one of my friends moved to Liverpool. I never saw him again. But the other 4, one is the one I said before. Another one is one of my friends actually came to my own school, the school that I'm in now, St. Paulo's in Disbury. Another one is one of my friends I made in Abbey Hay. Annually, he would come over because he knows my next door neighbor. Come over for a birthday party or something, and play with him in my back garden. And another one of my friends in Abbey Hay moved to London, but August the 31st was. He came over just for a few hours, then he went back to London.
Right. Thank you. Yes.
I was just going to mention there's a difference between friends and acquaintances. So, well, as you grow older, you would know that different. But just have it in your mindset. It's between friends. Phone contact he wants to add. And the second thing I would like to say is, I want you guys to add this to your prayer. You're not young. As a matter of fact, this is the best time for you to be praying this prayer. Say, God, the people you have for me that are good for me, let them find me and let my eyes be open to find them. And people you don't have for me, that are not for me, let them be far away from me. And I'll tell you why. In the next 10 years, there's going to be a pandemic of friendships with the development of technology and AI, and then that will also lead to the pandemic of marriages, right? So if you don't start preparing your friendships now, this is a church, Christians would like to be very, a lot of people are probably not going to get married if they don't have the right friendships. Does that make sense? So let me put it that way. So start praying from this age that God send me the right friends, the right relationships to come around me, and the wrong ones stay far from me. You're not too young to start praying that. And it will help your life, social life, finances, trust me, marriage, whatever we're talking about today, the right friendships will help you. And the wrong friendships will destroy, deplete it.
And just to add, I feel like it's also important to know when you're the bad friend. Because most of the time, we always say that, we want to meet good people, but we're not good people ourselves. And then we might be the people that they are praying against. So as you're praying to find somebody, they might be praying to not find you because of the kind of behavior that you have. And it's very good to be self-aware. If you're self-aware, you know that, okay, I'm not the best person. I have these and these issues, and these are the things I need to work on to become a better person. Because even if God is preparing somebody for you, he might not give the person to you until he feels like you're ready to accept them. So yeah, I just wanted to add that.
Let's go here first and then. Or was it a piggyback? Okay. Sorry, just because I know you're going to bring something different, right? New.
Yeah. I have two things to say. The first thing is basically what Oisa said. For example, let's say there's a woman who's praying for a husband who is quiet, wears tuxedos all the time, those kind of things. But
Who wears tuxedos all the time?
No, but you get what I'm trying to say. Not wear tracksuits every day, that kind of thing. But the lady herself is someone who she's this jaye kind of person.
Sorry, for those who don't understand, can you interpret?
I don't know what word to use. Yeah, excessively social. And you're praying for someone who matches your vibes. Like what Oisa said, you need to work on yourself for God to give you the right person. And another thing is learn how to, your people are talking about friends for life, but obviously not every friendship is smooth. I'll use Tito, for example. Tito is my best friend. If every single time we argued, we just stopped talking, I can bet with you, Tito will be blocked on every platform because we argue a lot. That's one thing. We always argue. Me and Tito always argue. But at the same time, we know that, Tito is this one person I can rely on. I can always talk to. Even when we're arguing, if I see her crying, I'll go to her. If she's crying, go to her. So you don't think someone's a bad person because you argue. Everyone has that weak side. So not every friendship is going to be smooth. Does anyone have a friendship here where they've never had an argument before? Even in marriages, you're obviously going to have friendship with your spouse. No, when I say argue, I don't mean no. Okay. Well, you can disagree with me, but my opinion is every single friendship will have some sort of disagreement. So it's how you handle it.
Sure, and I agree with everything you said. The only thing I'm not sure of, you said if you see a crime, she'll be the first one you call.
A crime? If I see her crying...
Oh, okay. I thought... Sorry.
What?
You just ruined my joke, but it's fine. Did you want to say something based on this? Because I know you were one of the original people that had your hand up.
I wanted to talk about social.
Pardon?
My social life.
Sorry, I actually can't hear you. Your social life. Okay, let's go to BJ first because I know you're going to bring a different topic.
I think what everyone has said is really good. Just something to touch on that I was thinking about. I think it was when Uncle Kofa was saying something about friendship, acquaintances, and stuff like that. For everyone, not just even the younger people, going back to the question of know who is for you and blah, blah, blah. I think a good thing to also be in terms of being self-aware is ask yourself, as young as you are, as old as you are, ask yourself, why am I attracted to this friendship? Does that make sense? So if, for example, you're someone that is academia, you like to talk about things, you would notice that maybe the person you enjoy talking to is also naturally maybe intellectual. Let's say somebody that likes to play football a lot, you will notice that. Do you see what I'm trying to say? So in terms of selecting friendships and stuff like that, I think it's a good thing to ask yourself that question. And in asking yourself that question, wherever you want to grow to, because we can't always stay in year 1 forever, can we? We go to year 2, right? We go to year 3, right? Where's Momo? Oh, she's gone. She talked about when she was in year 2, she had a different friendship to when she was in year 3, because her classes changed. Likewise, in our growth, in our ages, in our mindset, we mature, and as we mature, our relationship tend to change. Yeah? Another last thing I want to say is, talking about relationship and social life, one of the books I would recommend, especially people that go to this church, is if you can get the book that Pastor wrote, Jesus and the 12. Some of the things we're talking about in this context and how we should mature and grow is really good. No matter how young you are, you can read it and understand it. You may not need it now. You may need it in the next 5 years. I would recommend every young person here to please get that book from Pastor. When she comes tomorrow, get that book from Pastor. And maybe Uncle Ayo can check on all the young people if you've gotten a book to read as an assignment.
Thank you for that. Just another thing that came up to my mind before I give it to Orafe is that they're also, similar to what Abalaji said, there's something they call friends out of convenience, where you make a friend just because it's convenient. For example, there was a time I went to uni. It wasn't the uni I planned on going to. I went there through clearing. And it happened to be the same uni as one of our close family friends back in those days currently goes to. And I just thought, well, might as well be friends since we're both here. But really, her lifestyle and my lifestyle were completely different, you know. So it took me a while to snap out of it that way. Just because we just happen to be here doesn't mean we have to be friends. So just be careful not to fall into the trap of thinking, I have to make friends with this person because it's just convenient to be friends. I've known them for a long time, or da-da-da. If your lifestyles are not, you know, don't correlate, then don't force that friendship just because it's convenient for you. Okay.
So my social life is not really that social as I thought it would be, because most people in Nigeria, most people thought like I'm the friend-making machine, like I make friends all the time, but not knowing that actually the more friends you make, the more like heartbreaks you get, because the more betrayal you get. Like, and friends for life, I don't really believe in that, because in my primary school, I had this friend that we were friends for like 2 years, and then she just, when we got to like year 6 and they swapped our classes, they swapped it to different classes, I realized her real attitude, her true attitude is not what I expected. So, and then now I have a friend who goes to the school she goes to, and then the friend told me about all the bad things she says about me, but I don't really care because I already have better friends in high school. But also I kind of believe in friends for life, because I have this friend in Nigeria. We've been like best friends for 9 years. So, and I don't want. Huh? We've still been best friends for 9 years. And,
Amen.
I'm happy about that, because if I tell her about all the pains I'm feeling, she just tells me good opinions to say about it, basically.
That's good. And I like how it's interesting how your beliefs on Friends for Life is based on your experiences as well. All right.
Thanks. So whilst we're still on this topic of social life, I thought I'd share some wisdom that I've gathered. You know, what everyone has said has been great. Just a few things that I think are important that haven't been mentioned yet, I think. Three mini points. So the first one is what I referred to as like the compass. So a compass has north, east, west, and south. And this isn't my idea originally, but the idea is like you should always have friends that are sort of slightly above you, that you look up to, models, that challenge you to grow in whatever sphere you're interested in. You should also have close friends, sort of east and west, who are sort of same age group, your peers, but who challenge you, and you're both going sort of in the same direction. But it's also, I think, important to have at least a few friends who you deem sort of not yet at your level, or who can learn from you. Because it's easy to be selfish and be like, I'm only going to make friends with people who add value to me. But then if everyone else did that, then you would have no friends either, right? Because everyone above you would not be friends with you. So I think it's very important, especially as Christians, to have a few friends who we can teach and mentor. Although, of course, we have to be careful with that. Secondly, when we look at sort of our peers, those friends that are east and west of us, when we look at our peer group, I think something that I've sort of known for a while, but very recently have come to really realize is just how much our friends influence us. And whether we realize it or not, our friends do shape us. You know, like my mum always used to say, maybe not my mum, but like people always used to say sort of, you know, show me your closest friends and I'll show you who you are. And, you know, sort of you always think, oh, I'll be myself, you know. Sure, they're doing these things, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be myself. But your closest friends really do shape who you are. So it's important that those close friends that you keep around you are friends that you share common core values with. And then finally, I think one good way I found to deepen those relationships with friends that you've identified as being sort of good friends on your level is by being vulnerable. And this is something that one has to learn over time, something that I've had to learn as well. What do I mean by being vulnerable? What I mean is by sharing stuff, sharing your struggles, sharing your successes, and it's difficult at first, at least it can be, but it's very important to form those deep connections. And there's a good TED talk called The Power of Vulnerability, which I would recommend. But yeah, those are my points.
Thank you very much for that. That's very, very deep. I learned a lot from that, actually, the compass system. And what I found interesting as we were speaking is what came to my mind was that the friends that are north, the friends you look up to in one aspect, they could be south in another aspect. So, for example, the things we're discussing, spiritual life, finances, you may have a friend who, spiritually speaking, he's looking up to you, but financially speaking, maybe you're looking up to him. You know, so it's very like, it's broad, basically, you know. And it's important that we don't just look at it as, okay, what can I take from you? What can I get from you? But also, what can you give? I think it works both ways, you know. Does anyone have anything else to say? Time is running out, so we'll move to the next topic. So this is the final discussion. Still in our groups. For those who don't have a group, just join any one of the three if you can. But the next topic will be physical well-being, so health, generally speaking. So that is your eating habits, hygiene, exercise, that kind of thing. So final discussion, physical well-being. We have 7 minutes to discuss this. Based on those 4 questions as well that we mentioned earlier, what are your biggest accomplishments this year? What were your setbacks? What challenges did you face? And how did you overcome them? And what is the one thing you wish you had done differently? Right, physical well-being, your health. So that is your eating, nutrition, exercise, anything, hygiene, you know, so those are the kind of things we're discussing. All right, 7 minutes, 8 minutes starts now. All right, let's bring conversations to an end. Let's round up conversations. All right. All right, we'll stop there. We will stop there. Okay, cool. So let's go to this table. Physical well-being. How was your year? Anybody? Yes, thank you.
Sorry. Physical well-being, I'd say, wasn't my greatest year, I can't lie. Like, especially in uni, I do not go out. Like, I stay in my room, my room, shopping, that's it. So I'd say, like, when I started uni again this year, I, like, made a vow to myself to, like, go out more, even if it's just for walks. Like, if just to go to that extra shop that, like, for example, Lidl and Aldi, they're quite close, but Aldi's, like, further away, so I make myself go to Aldi now, like, because it's further away, so I can get more steps in, visit my friends more often, especially the ones that live further away, like, just to become more active this year in uni. And yeah, I'd say that was my, like, weakness of the year, not being active, and then my achievements to make a vow to myself to improve it.
All right, thank you for sharing that. Let me go to this table. Physical well-being, health. Who wants to share? Yep. You want to share as well?
I wanted to say that also sleep, like Tumike mentioned it as well, sleep is a crucial thing to everybody, that even though we all have to get up and do things for our days, we should also take the time to acknowledge that we all do need sleep, whether it's that extra 10 minutes or just to make sure our mind is like reset and our body's reset and fresh for the day.
Yep.
On this year, at the start of this year, I was locked in because, yeah, I started doing a lot of exercises, gym and everything, but not because I wanted to keep fit, but because I was insecure about what other people thought about my weight, which also affected my mental health and everything. But I can't say I've gotten better with that insecurity, but now I do exercises, keep fit, because I want to be better to keep fit. And also, I've also involved myself in lots of sports. Well, I play netball and badminton, so I'm always active, and I go on walks, which really helped me because I like being on my own. So when I'm walking in the evening, just like the fresh air and everything.
So my physical well-being is that, like, it's good. My well-being is good because, I like to sleep a lot. Yeah. And not only that, I also like eating fruits and vegetables. Sometimes I like to, like, engage and help my mom in the kitchen. Because basically, like, it counts as exercise because, like, you're basically motivating your body to walk around the house. So yeah.
Fair enough. Okay. Thank you for that. I was going to go to praise, actually. I know you're trying to run away. The reason I'm going to you is because I know you cycle to uni, you cycle to church. So how's your physical well-being been this year? What are the goals you set, and do you feel like you've achieved them?
I think generally I did say my physical well-being in terms of like nutrition is not the best, if I'm being honest. I don't have a steady set diet, which is something I could work towards. I'm more of like go with the flow kind of thing. Whatever's available, I'll eat, and then yeah. In terms of like activity, being active, like you mentioned, I do cycle almost everywhere. Places where the average person would want to take, I don't know, an Uber to or the bus, I try and get on the bike. And naturally, I'm an active person, so I play sports regularly and just keep. It might be easier for me because me personally, I just like to be active, but it's a good thing.
Yep. Thank you very much for that. All right, thank you everybody for being a part of this discussion. I hope we've all learned something from each other. So very quickly, we're gonna take a break. We're gonna have some lunch. All right, so there is lunch outside. So how it's gonna work is you just go out, you get your lunch, and then you can come back in and just sit down, relax.
talking to us. Are we all listening? Table in front of me. Thank you. So we're going to have two people coming up, two speakers to come and speak to us on strengths and weaknesses and, you know, how we can identify ours and every other thing that has to do with it. So I have Sister Efua. Can we give a round of applause for Sister Efua and Brother Kofo? You want to come? Yeah. Let's do mics. There you go.
Thanks, Itinu. Hello, everyone. It's often tough when your session is right after lunch, isn't it? Because everybody, hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. There we go. So I am Efua and we are really delighted to be doing the session with you today. It's been great so far. We've learned a lot, I've learned a lot, and it's been interesting because what we'll be talking about is really a continuation from all the conversations we've been having today, right from Ife's session, where he told us reflection is really a checkpoint, and to Emmanuel's session, where he was asking us about the highs and lows, as I like to call it, of this year. So today, this session is about strengths and weaknesses. Strengths and weaknesses. It's going to be an interactive section. Very tricky, I know, because we still have our lunch right in front of us, but we'll try to make it work. We will need everybody's attention. And participation. So should we just say prayer? Is that okay? Dear Jesus, we thank you for this moment. We thank you, Holy Spirit, because you're here. We thank you because you are the revealer of truth. We thank you because your presence is in this place. And we just pray that you will help us to get what you intend for us to get out of this session, out of this meeting, out of this conference. Let your will be done in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen.
Right, guys. I just don't want us to miss this point. So if you are at the back there, everyone come through here now. Quickly. Let's do this quickly. If you've got food, please put your food away now. Quickly, we had a time for it, so let's respect our guest by giving our full attention. Is that okay? Right? So if you're sitting next to your friends, we talked about social lives. I want you to sit with someone else different. I want this first 3 tables to be full before we're sitting at the back. So if you're sitting at the back and you see some spaces at the front, please come to this table. Quickly, let's do that in 20 seconds. Let's go. 20, 19. If you're not moving, I'm gonna come and move you. 18, 17, that includes you, Tammy. 16, this first 3 tables, please. Do you guys need chairs? Or you prefer to stand?
No, we're doing it together. We'll stand.
Okay. Quickly, and make sure you have a pen with you. I still see 3 chairs there. Are they taken already? Okay, Tomika, please come to this side and face this side for me. Thank you. Let's go. Jola's brother, please face this way as well. Let's turn a bit this way. Are you okay, little man? That's good. Has everyone got a pen as well? Okay, that's good. Drop your drinks, drop your eating now. You're meant to stop eating by now. Thank you. Let's focus. Tito, Tommy, what are you guys doing? Do we need the slides? Yeah. Okay, that's good. Quickly, 10 seconds left. 10, 9. Oisi, can you please fill this table for me? Ife, please, can you come closer here, please? There's a table here. There's some chairs here. Thank you. Quickly. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Just get a chair closer here. Or you can just sit on the back there, that table there. Yeah. Just want to get everyone together. No, they've gone out to get something. Thank you. And let's please pay attention. Let's give a clap for Auntie F1 on Kofo. Thank you.
That was really helpful. Thank you. Thanks, Balaji. Okay, just to kickstart the session, Emmanuel left us in a mood where we're very reflective and we're sort of trying to articulate what went well last year in our finances, spiritual life, physical health, and why things didn't quite go the way we thought it would go. So for this first prompt, we're going to put a positive spin on it. So if you just go to the next slide for me, Tito, please. Thank you. Okay, so the first open reflection is for you to think about a time when you felt successful or proud, and think about the strength that helped you to achieve that success. So think about a time when you felt successful, when you feel like you achieved something. It could be anything. And then think about the strength, a particular strength, that helped you to achieve that. Could be something we're proud of. Yeah. No, don't write it down. Sorry, don't write it down. Just think about it, and then I'm going to ask for you to shout something out. Yeah? Who wants to go? Does anybody want to share any achievement this year and what strength you think helped you achieve it?
Winning my primary school sports day race, and my strength was my dad, because while I was running, I saw him cheering me on, and it made me more determined to win the race and make him proud.
That's beautiful. Really, really good. What did you achieve? Wait, no one wants to share.
So I finished my placement, and in my placement, I created a dashboard, which is good. It was hard, it was challenging, but it was really good. And I felt so good about it because they were able to use it to see what they need to see. It's a HR department. And what helped me was watching YouTube videos and not giving up, even though some things in the system wasn't right. So you have conflicting data. That was the problem. But it still worked out in the end. So I'm proud of that one.
That's good. Perseverance. So she pushed through, not giving up. One more. Should we look at this area? Who wants to share?
I'd say getting into university, and one skill that, one strength I guess helped me was resilience and not giving up. Though certain things didn't go as planned, I still, rather than sulking about it, I held my head up high and forged through, didn't give up until I got that place, and yeah.
That's really good. Thank you. Shall we go to the next slide, please, Titobi? Just to help us understand why we're doing this, yeah? So it's to help us reflect on our strengths and weakness, actually to help us identify what we are good at and what we're not so good at, and to live with an actionable improvement plan. So when you leave in this session today, I'm hoping that 1, you know what you're good at, 2, you know what you're not quite so good at, and number 3, you have a plan on how to become a better version of yourself. Yeah? So that's why you need to engage with interaction and make sure you participate in carrying out the reflective sessions. So, slide 4, please. Thank you. Self-awareness. We've heard about it a few times today. We've talked about it, and it's so important. And I'm actually very excited that we have younger people here today, because the earlier you learn how to be self-aware, the better you become as an individual. Because trust me, there are a lot of adults that are still trying to navigate this thing of self-awareness. So it's very important to know who you are. So what self-awareness is, understanding your own thoughts, understanding your feelings and your behaviors and how they can affect others. So it's very important for you to know how you behave, what your patterns are, and the impact they can have on people around you. We've been talking about friendship. So the way, was it OEC? Somebody said, it's not just about looking for good friends. You also have to be a good friend yourself, right? So being one of the benefits of being self-aware is, are you able to know, am I a good friend? Or it seems like every single friendship I have breaks up, or people don't want to be around me. Why? Is it them or is it me? So that's what we'll be talking about today. It's like having an internal profile, like checking yourself to understand how you see yourself and also how others see you. That's what self-awareness is. Ife told us that reflection is like having checkpoints. Self-awareness is like having an internal profile view of yourself. Yeah. Do you have anything to say?
I was just going to add to it. I love what he says. Self-awareness is understanding your own thoughts, feelings, behaviors, and how they affect others. If I had anything to that, I think is how they affect you first. Before how they affect others, you see. So you need to understand your own thoughts, feelings, and how they affect others. The other one talks about checking your internal profile to understand how you see yourself and how others might view you. One other thing I would like to add to that also is, how does God see you? That's very essential, because we live in a time and a place now whereby people can project profiles on you. So you need to see your own profile, your own identity from the scripture, right? So, and you have to carry that identity from the scripture. So I'll give you a scriptural example. Very good example was the story of Isaac, right? Isaac was one who stole the birthright, wasn't it? Right. So the Bible said, sorry, Jacob and Esau, yeah, Jacob. Bible talks about the fact that, everything Jacob has been doing, he stole the birthright. He said his name was Esau and stuff like that. The Bible said when he wrestled with the angel all night, the angel asked him one question. And that question was an opportunity for him to go up or go down. He said, what is your name? And for the first time, he told the truth. He said, my name is Jacob. Then the angel changed his name right there to Israel. So what am I trying to say? Your identity comes from God, because life is going to ask you, what is your name?
Absolutely, that's really good. How does God see you? How do you see yourself? And how do others see you? So there are 3 lenses that you should pay attention to. I say to my son every time he's 7, when he goes to bed every day, one of the prayers the lines we say in our prayer is, God, help me to love you, help me to love myself, and help me to love others. So that's very important. It's not just others and you, it's also how God sees you. So why is self-awareness important? It will be the next slide, please. I think we've sort of touched on it briefly. It enhances your understanding of yourself. Who am I? What am I good at? It's interesting because God created us all differently. We all are not good at the same thing. There are certain things I am just not good at. Things like crafts, I am rubbish at it. It's not just that I'm rubbish at it, the thought of doing them actually stresses me out. So when people go, oh, they're doing knitting to cut distress, just thinking about, just me saying it now, I can already feel, I'm already stressed out from the thought of it. We bought a sewing machine, real story, because my second daughter loves sewing. And she went through this phase where she wanted to learn how to sew, so we got a sewing machine. And just for me to put it together was so stressful. The number of times I visited Itinu's house, I'm sure every time she saw me come, she was like, oh no, God. Because I just know I've never been good at it. I do not like it. So that's not something I'm good at. But there are other things I know that I'm good at. So can you imagine somebody like myself who knows, not that they're not just good at craft, but they actually don't like it. Can you imagine me trying to pursue a career in that field? How frustrating it will be. So that's why self-awareness is very important. Knowing what comes to you naturally. In work, I say to my team, it's knowing what you're naturally good at, then find a way to package that as a career opportunity for yourself, because it's very doable. Yeah? So it enhances your understanding of yourself and how you engage with the world. It enables you to recognize your strengths and weakness. We've talked about that. And then it guides you in identifying areas for growth, empowering you to become the best version of yourself. So self-awareness is not you saying somebody else, I want it to be that person. It's you looking at yourself and thinking, okay, God, what are those things that I enjoy? What are those things people see in me? And help me to see those things in myself so I can be the best Efwa you have ever created me to be. I can be the best Zion. I can be the best Ife, the best, Oisi that you've created me to be. So that's what self-awareness is, and that's why it's important.
Just to add to that also, I think, while she was speaking, I hope you guys are writing stuff down. Maybe things that come to your head, you see, because I believe as we speak to you, things will come to your mind, not just for the worksheet later, but things you can use in the future. Because I've been to the Daniels, and there are things that I still learned from my notes from maybe 7 years ago in the Daniel, you see. So please write things down as she's speaking. You see, I love what she talks about understanding yourself and how you engage the world. So let me give you guys a practical example, which will help with your worksheet. So for example, most of the things she's teaching today is not just helping, it will help you in 10 years' time. It will help you in 15 years' time. So it's not just for your professional life, it can help you in your marriage. Because while she was speaking, I was just thinking about my marriage. For example, my wife is a mathematician, you see, but she doesn't know how to do small maths. Right. So when you talk about like, oh, how do you add 545 pounds to 332 pounds? She gets confused. But she's a mathematician from University of Manchester. Like, she does top maths, you see. But I do that naturally, right? Because I grew up in the market. My mother sells clothes. So I've been handling money since I was 5. Does that make sense, you see? So I can calculate money just like that on the spot, you see. So in our marriage, we know this is my strength. Does that make sense, you see? So when it comes to things like that, she just looks at me. I'm like, boy, you have the degree. She looks at me, I do the calculations, then we're like, oh, you're so good at it, you see. So I think it's essential to know what your strengths and weaknesses are. Many of you will be getting married very soon. I can hear it. So knowing this will help you in your marriage. You have less fights. Does that make sense, you see? Another thing is when it comes to food shopping, some people believe it's a woman's thing. I do the shopping in the house. Does that make sense to see? Because I understand the markets. I know the way the markets work. Even when it comes to cooking, I do more cooking than my wife, you see, because I enjoy it. Does that make sense? That's where I get my spiritual revelations from when I'm cooking, because I'm quiet. I begin to hear stuff. Does that make sense? So I enjoy doing it, you see. So knowing your strength and your weakness also matters, whether you're a man, whether you're a woman. And I'll leave you guys with one last thing. 4 questions in life you need to ask yourself. Please write it down if you can write it. I always call it a question of origin, question of meaning, question of morality, question of destiny. Those 4 things will help you in life, especially with the stuff we're doing today. Because the question of origin is, where am I from? That has to do with your identity. Because if you're from God, the way you carry yourself, the kind of things you're interested in, the kind of people that are drawn to you, the kind of people you're drawn to, shapes your origin. Does that make sense, you see? So the Yoruba proverb always says, I think Israel said the English version today, knowing the child of whom you are, is essential for you to know your question of origin. Where am I from? I'm a member of KPMI. Is this the way I should behave? Am I from KPMI? Second one is question of meaning. Knowing where I'm from, I can see most of you writing, so I'm trying to take it slow. Knowing where I'm from is question of meaning. Since I'm from this place, right, what are the things that guide our life in this place? What are our principles? What kind of characters do we have as members of the Daniels? Does that make sense, right? So question of origin, question of meaning, question of morality. So the morality is, what can I do and what can I not do? You'll find out that it's not everything is lawful, but not everything is permissible unto you. Does that make sense? And I don't want to use normal things like maybe smoking. We all know smoking is bad, but there are some things that are good that is not for you. They
Social
can be
media.
good. They can be good and not godly. So, because we're entering a time in the world right now whereby there'll be a demarcation between good and godly, and the lines will cross. If you don't have the discernment of the Spirit, you won't know what is good and what is godly, because everything will still to you as good. And a good example was Joseph. The Bible said when Potiphar's wife said, Joseph, I want to sleep with you. I love what Joseph said. He said, why will I commit this sin against my God? Does that make sense? Then he went on and he said, my master. When the master says, we're all not young, we're all in the Western world. Master says, okay, it's good, you can sleep with my wife. But then he said, okay, against God and against my master, right? So Joseph had two levels of protection. But let me just end it with the last one. The fourth one is question of destiny. When you know where you're coming from, when you know where you're going, if you know where you're coming from, your proverb says, I'm speaking Yoruba on purpose, don't worry. If you know where you're coming from, it will dictate where you're going to. Does that make sense, you see? So I always say to people, you will never find, even though we have a lot of crazy people these days, but in the normal world, you never find a woman who is heavily pregnant doing sit-up, right? Because she knows where she's going to. So when you carry something on the inside, it shapes your question of destiny. Sorry.
Absolutely. And that example of Joseph is really powerful because we're talking about the three layers, how God sees me, how people view me, and how I see myself. And Joseph said, how do I do this against God? So he was very aware of how God sees him. And against my master, he was very aware of the way they were viewing him in that space. And he said, how can I? So he knew who he was and what his expectation of himself, the expectation of those around him who know him, and the expectation God had of him. So if you self-reflection or self-awareness, it helps you, it centers you. It keeps you grounded. And as you were talking, I was reminded of the story of the prodigal son. He's going to do his thing. But it came to a point where the Bible said he came to himself. He came to his senses. Those anchors that he had put on earlier on in his life, he was drawn to that. And he was now able to use those as a lens, as a compass to view his present reality from who he knew he was. So his present reality showed him a different version of himself that he could no longer recognize. And because of that, he said, I must go back. So being self-aware and being self-reflective is what prompts us to go back to who we know God has called us to be.
Can I please add something to it? And I just feel this is a great time. I can feel the Holy Spirit walking right here. There's nothing you can do in this world that you should not be able to go home. Please know that. Because as you grow up in life, things will happen. Does that make sense? And we pray it doesn't happen. But whatever happens, always find yourself home. Does that make sense, you see? And if there are parents who are watching or parents who are listening, always be ready to take children back home. Because, see, if you don't take them back home, the street will take them. You know, I work with young people, and I see a lot of life destroyed because children can't go home. No matter what happens to you, no matter what atrocity you commit, always find yourself back home. Please, I'm begging you. If you don't remember anything today, always remember that there's a home for you. There's a church for you. And in the story she was saying about the prodigal son, the Bible says as the child was coming, the father saw him far away, which means the father has been watching. Right? A father will always watch every morning, no matter the decision the child is making. I feel I'm touching something right here. Say, where is my child? When is he coming home? You know, and if we're Africans, they will act as if they don't care. So you can go and kill yourself, I don't care. You know, but trust me, deep down, I'm touching something. They want to see you. They want the best for you, even though they might not understand your situation, but they want the best for you. And nobody can truly want the best for you more than your parents. I'm giving you that for free. You can pay the tithes later. Nobody, that's a joke by the way, nobody can want the best for you like your parents, right? You may not understand them now, but when you get older, you will understand them. I'm touching something. There will be a connection, and that connection comes with age and maturity. Maturity for you and also for them. Does that make sense, right? So please always find yourself home. And listen to one part of the verse. It said, when the guy came home, the father threw a feast for him. Does that make sense? It shows there's been an expectation. A feast that also drew other people to jealousy. Does that make sense, you see? So please, always find yourself home. Don't allow society to swallow you. Don't allow the nation to swallow you. Don't allow intellectualism and ideologies of the devil to swallow you, right? I'll stop there. Sorry.
That is so good. And I'm going to share a real life example. I'm not going to go into details because I'll spare you all of that. But when I was much younger, I remember making a very big mistake. And I had lied, yeah, I had lied. It was a big lie. I had lied because we were on strike for a long, long time. So in Nigeria, they do school, sometimes schools go on strike, public schools. I was in a university, and a state university, so we were on strike, indefinite strike. I had no idea when they would call off the strike. And then I started dating my husband, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I was bored at home, so I had lied that we were going on an excursion. I know, you won't believe I made all those mistakes. So I had lied we were going on an excursion because I just wanted to leave the house. So it so happened my dad was like, okay, I was stupid. You know, sometimes you think you're wiser than your parents, but they're so smart. Our parents are smart. My dad he had a funny feeling about it, but he trusted me so much. And he gave me money and I left. After I left, I started feeling very guilty, and I was so scared to come back home. My phone was ringing, my parents were calling me. I was so scared to answer the phone. I switched off my phone. And it was really, really scary. And my brother managed to get hold of me. He was like, oh, don't even dare come home because mom will kill you. So I had to come back home because I can't be outside for a long time. My dad had connected with the school. Our head of department then was my dad's friend. He's like, no, there's no excursion. He's disappointed in me because I'm this perfect model of whatever. Anyway, I remember coming home and being so scared. Yeah. I came home, and my mom was sitting on the porch outside. She said no word. And bearing in mind, she had left me a voicemail, please come home, we love you, we will take you. So I was thinking when she saw me, she would run like the prodigal son. She would run towards me. She said no word. And I went in and I saw my dad, and he gave me a very big hug. And he said, welcome home. And for me, that was just the turning point. I was like, goodness, welcome home. So I say that to reinforce what you said. Don't ever feel that outside will be more comfortable than home. It doesn't matter how strict you think your parents are, they will drop everything to welcome you home. So life will happen, whatever happens in life, come home. Come home. Right, let's move to the next slide. That took a different turn. Right, okay, we're going to go into the activities now. And the first activity is for you is to help you identify your strengths. To help you identify your strengths. So I need you to write 3 things you believe you're good at, 3 strengths you think you have. It could be you're good at listening. It could be you're a good friend, you're empathetic. It could be you're good at maths, you're good at crafts, you're good at drawing, you're good communication. So anything that comes to mind, write 3 of them. And then the second thing for you to do is choose one strength from your list and write how that strength has helped you in school, in work, or in life. So the reason I picked this activity is I want to help you see how that strength is beneficial. Because sometimes we talk down on our strength. Oh, I'm only good at this. But have a think and write down. I see some people not writing. Do you have a pen? Do you need a pen? You don't have a pen. Could we get, please, thank you.
And I'm just going to add to what Stafford is saying. No strength is wasted. You know, we serve a God who is a very shrewd God, a very intelligent God, a very intentional God. So there's no strength that God gives to you that is wasted. Does that make sense, right? Even the fact that you're Nigerian is a strength. It's in your blood, right? There's something people call the green gene, in the sense whereby, okay, let me leave that. But every single thing you have, you know, I heard somebody speaking, saying earlier that when she got to school, she had a Nigerian accent, and people were laughing at her. And now she speaks well. She has friends. Not having a Nigerian accent does not mean you speak well. Does that make sense, you see? And I understand where the person is coming from, because sometimes we're in a society that tries to suppress your Nigerian accent. They tell you to be less Nigerian and stuff, you see. Last year, being Nigerian made me a few thousands of pounds. Yeah. So imagine I had un-Nigerianized myself. The money would just go to somebody else. Does that make sense, you see? And so don't never, ever lose the part of yourself. Especially for you guys who just came to the UK. I know everything is telling you, lose your Nigerianness. Don't do it. Does that make sense? I'm not saying you should not have a different accent. You know, you can still an accent and sound in between, but don't lose your values. Don't lose your Nigerianness, you see, because we live in a society that can sometimes be empty, that people are looking for their source. Does that make sense, right? And that leads to all kinds of things, drugs, violence, you see. As a matter of fact, I did a research one time, you know, I found out that a lot of the young people who were doing knife and gun violence had lost their Nigerianness. Does that make sense, right? So they were in between, you know, because they thought they belonged here, but then they found out they did not belong here. Does that make sense, you see? So never, ever lose anything. So anything God has given to you, God has given to you for a reason. So as Deborah was saying, think about those things. Even the things you don't think they are strength, think about it. It could be your ability to stand before people and speak. It could be the fact that maybe you'll help people. It could be the fact that you're always early. Does that make sense? Say, oh, I trust that. The fact that people trust you is a strength. Trust can make you money.
No, that's such a good example. And I'll give one more life example. So I know, but I think that's the way people can relate, isn't it? So I work in financial services, and it's so much exams, and yeah, it's not fun, and it's not nice exams. So when I joined my organization, I initially wanted to do all the exams because I thought I had the energy for it. But after doing a couple, I was just tired because I really was not enjoying it. So, and what I liked in the industry was not the exams I was writing about. So I came to this realization that I didn't want to do the exams as a tick box exercise because I don't believe in that. So I had a conversation with my manager and I said, I don't want you to pay for this exam and I don't use it. So, but I'm really good at this. I'm good at explaining complex concepts in simple terms. And I was like, how about you are the techie junkie and let me be the relational person? And he was like, okay, let's see how that works. So they gave me a role, they gave me a team, and my job is to break all those financial concepts into language that clients can understand. So I manage our client management team, and it blows people's mind every time I tell them, I actually don't have diploma, whatever qualification, but I work in an investment firm and I manage client management. And they're like, how? I'm like, because I was able to identify my strengths and I was able to monetize it. And I identified the gap in the industry because a lot of investment folks, they cannot speak normal language that people can understand. So I sit in those meetings, I break down those concepts, and it works. So what I'm trying to say is, if you had asked me that a couple of years ago, if that was a strength, I was just like, it is, but it's not that much of a big deal. But now it is a big deal because every industry is looking for client relationship managers. So I just say that to, back what he's saying, that no strength, you may not be able to articulate it well, but just write how you can think about it. If it's, I can speak clearly or I can listen, write it. And with time, you'll be able to understand the vastness of that skill that you have. Yeah? Are we all done? We've been talking for a while. If you're still writing, hands up. No, we're all done. Oh, you're still writing, sorry. No, just part one, please. Yeah. Okay, can I have somebody share what their strength is and how it's helped them?
Give a different example than the one I did before. My thing is prayer, because whenever I get let's say I meant to sing in choir at school, I pray before I do it, and God gives me the strength to do it and get over my fears.
That's incredible prayer. That's really, really good.
I'm good at dodgeball.
Come on, that's really good. That's really good.
It helped me in school for PE.
Amazing. That's exactly what we're talking about. Can you imagine? How old are you, sorry? 6. And he knows he is good at it. That's powerful. Well done. Well done. One more.
I'm a good listener, and I'm also trustworthy. And it's really helped me at school because most people feel like they can't talk to teachers. So I've kind of turned to the school's therapist, because sometimes people just want to let things out, and I'm trustworthy, and yeah.
That's a very good skill. So there's this thing called empathetic leadership. And there are tons of leaders who have zero level of empathy. And the world is shifting now where people want that. They want leaders who are empathetic. So if you can listen, that is already half of the work done. So it's a really, really great skill to have. I find people like that, there's a force that pulls people to you. And anywhere you go, you can't really hide, because people will identify that skill and they'll be coming to you. So yeah, I just pray you're able to nurture that skill. And I pray Holy Spirit gives you wisdom to navigate it so you don't get abused, because people can take those meekness and kindness for granted. So I'll be praying for you. But it's a powerful skill to have. You don't have any skill?
Oh, it's fine.
You know, you can go just go first.
All right, one skill I would put here is courage. I don't usually take it as a skill, but when you asked us to think about it, I don't know, it popped up, so I put it down. An example where I could think of courage was in terms of sharing my faith. I wasn't always an outgoing person. I've realized that the strength has kind of come up, and in a few cases, I've been open enough to, or had the courage to share my faith. So, yeah, you get more, yes.
And if I give someone else the mic, please listen to what skills people are mentioning. You might find out that it might also relate to you, or you can also build on that.
And you said something, you said you've never actually identified it as a strength until now. So that's where reflection comes into play. Just stopping and thinking about these things is very powerful. So, yeah.
I would say I am quite self-aware. I consider myself to be a bit self-aware, and I believe this has helped in numerous areas of my life. So in my spiritual life, in my academics, I am able to take a step back and, understand how I'm feeling before I react to certain things. So even if I go home from college or uni and I feel a certain type of way, I'm able to sit back and be like, right, Jolade, how are you feeling? And what could have caused that during the day? Is this something someone said? Like, I'm quite observant, so I usually take a lot of things in. So I'm able to be like, right, this person said something I didn't like and I didn't stand up for myself. So maybe that's why I'm taking it home and I'm feeling a certain type of way. So that's just one of the many ways in which I'm able to reflect and have some sort of stillness. I would also say I am cultivating some sort of discipline to be like, no, you don't need that. You don't need to buy that. You don't need to watch this. You don't need to do that, because especially in this journey of like self-growth and self-development, you need to be able to understand what is, like you've said, is good, but not, exactly. So, what is good and godly? I was going to write that, but I forgot what you said, but yeah.
And even just to add another layer to that, it may be godly, but God has not called you to do it. So that's another level you get to where people can get away with stuff, but it's not for me. Yeah.
Let me just help you a little bit. I feel God is building you in the prophetic realm. And when God begins to build someone in the prophetic realm, he begins to cut down your diet. So what's happening is God is shaping you. So the reason why you're being told not to watch certain things, or you can't watch certain things, or your appetite for certain things is being drawn back, is because by the time God opens your mind to the prophetic, you are able to see. Because what happens in the prophetic these days is a lot of people's prophetic are corrupted by the things that's already entered them. So yeah.
Right. So is it safe to say everybody in the room now can identify 3 areas of strength? Everybody. I'm seeing some nods. That's good. That's good. Do you want to share your area of strength? Just one. What are you good at?
I wrote that determination, and it has helped in my subjects in school.
Well done. Can I read what you wrote? Can I read? Right. So she wrote for her 3 strengths. She wrote resilience. How old are you? Wow. Resilience, determination, and teamwork. And she's 9. And she's able to articulate this and write it down. Well done. Well done. And I also want to just say this before we move to weakness. I think I'm Nigerian, if you've not caught that from my accent already. The culture back home is I think we take humility to an extreme. And saying things like, I'm good at something, it's almost seen as prideful. And that was one of the biggest hurdles I had to overcome when I came here, because people will be saying what they're good at. I'm thinking, I will just do it, and they will say I'm good at it. No, it does not work that way. You actually have to say it. And I was having a conversation with a friend recently about humility, and I said, we often, I think sometimes we misinterpret what humility is. Because Moses, for him to actually say he was the meekest man on earth, he said that. And the Bible didn't say he was told off, or God was mad at him. But he was so self-aware that he knew what he was good at. So I encourage all of you. I tell my children, if you're good at it, say it. It doesn't matter if people say, oh, she say it too much. Say it. You're good at it. And God has helped you to be good in that. So own your strengths.
One thing we also need to understand is the culture that we're living in is different from the culture of where we're coming from. Does that make sense, you see? So you need to understand the culture, what you're living in. Even though you're not of the world, you need to understand the world. Does that make sense, you see? So in Britain, I think we had a Daniel event in 2016 in that hotel, Mercure Hotel in town. And we had a guy called Reverend Akintoye. And he spoke of me, I remember that. And he spoke about the fact that, he was having, because Reverend Akintoye was quite high up in the UK when it comes to government and politics and stuff. And I can never forget the example he gave in 2016. He gave an example that talked about, he said, he was speaking one of the CEOs of some of the top 5 companies in the UK. And said, why are you guys not promoting black people in your company and stuff like that, you see? And the guy was like, no, it's not racism. Does that make sense, you see? That when the work gets presented, like, the black person who did all the work will be like, God bless you.
They're like, yes, sir.
The Lord is your strength, you see, they're trying to be humble. But then you get somebody else who stands on top of the table. This is my work, And when it's time for promotion, who do you promote? Because in a corporate setting, nobody is trying to see like, oh, I see in the spirit that is your work. No. As a matter of fact, I have learned that the people who get promoted the most don't even know the work. You will find out that the guys who get the jobs, I sit in rooms with government officials. I'm like, how did you get here? Like, how did you get the seat? Does that make sense? And you see, it is not grace. It is not favor. Does that make sense, right? They just came out to speak. Does that make sense, you see? So if you're very good at something, if you don't know how to speak, if you don't know how to communicate, if you don't know how to say, this is my work, even those of you in university, right, write your name boldly, because I used to be that person also. We did a project once when I was in John Moss, and I discovered that the guy who never came to any of the project meetings, his name was on the project. Me that came to every single project meeting as a Nigerian international student, paying ×3, they left my name out because I wasn't talking. I was adding, but that doesn't make sense. But I wasn't making noise. Does that make sense to say? So you have to know the balance between being a Christian and how to operate in the world. The scripture says you should be them too as doves, but wise as a serpent. Don't become a serpent. Wise as a serpent. Forgive me.
No, that's good. And even in your school, when you're doing, you do projects, you do teams and committees. If you know you're good at speaking, take up your space. Step into that. Don't let somebody else take a position that you're good at. Sometimes it's good to allow it for teamwork purpose, but don't just be the okay person. And sometimes, even in corporate spaces, it's not because people want to be mean, it's because they don't know. When you manage a team, it's really hard to know what each person does if they don't say it. So one thing I tell people to do at work is have a folder, your success folder. And you could do that in school as well. Just have a folder where you save things you're good at. If somebody tells you, oh, well done for doing this, put it in that folder and build it up, because there will be days when you will be hearing otherwise. You'll be relying on that folder to give you the zeal you need for that day. So let's move on. Weakness. You'll quickly realize I told you to highlight 3 strengths, but for your weakness, I want you to just name one. Because sometimes we so often focus on what we are not so good at that we lose sight of the things we are actually very good at. So I want you to name one thing that you feel you're not good at, and we're going to do something called positive reframing in a moment. But for now, just write one thing you know you're not good at.
What Sister Force said, that weakness can actually be a strength, but it's how you channel it. Does that make sense, you see? So it doesn't have to be something bad. So just think, what could this, thing be? So for some people, their weakness is talking too much. But the strength of that weakness is God has called them to be a preacher. Does that make sense? You're laughing to know. Does that make sense? So somebody can sit and say, oh man, sorry, close your mouth. But God has actually called that person to be a preacher. Does that make sense to say? So he's managing it. So look out in your life. Okay, what do you think? What have people said this is your weakness? As a matter of fact, let's do something, Let's help you transform that weakness, so-called weakness. Okay, let's do that. So write something down that maybe it's been seen as a weakness or people have called it a weakness. Because I believe God doesn't give you anything for you to waste. So it is how it is being channeled. Does that make sense? So together as a room, we'll see how we can channel it. So we'll do a quick one. So are you guys done? Oh, you're done. Okay.
Positive framing. It would be good if we go around the room and perhaps just shout out a weakness in quotes, and then we can do positive reframing around it. And just when Brother Kofo was speaking, he talked about somebody talking too much. And I don't know, do you know this lady called Priscilla Shira? She gave a testimony. She said when she was in school, she was seen as a naughty girl because she was always talking. Always talking. She was always getting in trouble for talking. But today, she's, a powerful preacher. And she said, and just to challenge us as parents here, she said oftentimes when she got in trouble in school, her dad would tell her, you are a communicator. So that's the positive reframing. It's not you are a talkative, it's you are a communicator. So that can then empower you and see how you can make that weakness a strength. And that's what we'll be doing now.
So this is your first test for today. Does that make sense? She was talking about you being a communicator. One of the first strengths you need to have in this world, especially in this country, you need to learn how to talk. Does that make sense to say? So public speaking. So we're going to test that, and church is the best place for you to build every single skill you need in the world. So we're going to try it now, right? So everybody, I'm going to give you 5 seconds to think of that thing, right? So I'm going to pass the mic around, and everybody just says, pop, 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 pop. Can we do that? So we're not like, don't hold the mic. I know you know what you want to say. You don't have to pretend. Just say it and pass the mic, okay? So can we do that? Can we start with him? So we pass. So have something. So 1, 2, 3, go. So what's the weakness? Do you have a weakness you'd like to turn into strength? Second? Okay.
No. I will let that go. Think of something.
Because of our time, we're going to come back to you. Yeah. So, Bolaji, watch him.
Arrogance.
Arrogance. Do you want to expand on that? Okay.
Setting boundaries and prioritizing.
Setting boundaries and prioritizing.
Too emotional, too compassionate.
Too emotional, too compassionate. You already mentioned that. Overthinking. Networking. Hold on, how is networking a weakness?
Like, I don't speak unless spoken to.
Not networking.
Yeah. Like
Oh, okay.
Easily persuadable. Huh? Easily persuadable, I think.
Easily persuasible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not voicing my opinions. Not voicing my opinions.
Not speaking out.
Not socializing.
Procrastination.
Are we supposed to say the positive thing? But the question has a follow-up. Am I supposed to? Yeah, okay. Procrastination.
Being conscientious. Conscientious.
Procrastination, I think.
Commitment to routine. Commitment to routine.
Writing a lot.
Not knowing how to say no.
I have 3. Procrastination, not knowing how to say no as well, and overthinking.
Always looking for something to do.
It's a Nigerian thing.
Hard work.
Giving up easily.
self-conscious and overthinking.
Overthinking to fear of taking bold steps. I calculate too much, analyze.
Not speaking up for myself.
Sulkenness or self-pity.
It's procrastinate.
Not being good at it.
Not being good at it.
Giving up easily.
Not being good at what? Give an example. English. Did you get that?
Angry easily. Angry easily.
Getting upset easily. Being too forward.
She said being too forward.
Should we share ours as well, just so we're not left out? I think two for me, that being very forward, very direct, and overthinking.
Most people will not believe this. I'm quiet. I'm a quiet person. I don't talk. Yes. Yes.
You said, hey.
I like my space. You know, I don't go to places like, if you put me in a room, I'm probably going to sit in a corner and just be looking. But once you give me the mic, does that make sense, you see? And let me leave it to you.
No, it's fine. Positive framing. So let's pick some of those things we've just. Firstly, I think this is beautiful how vulnerable we've been to just share. So don't feel like I'm the only one who have a weakness. We all do. Even adults, we all do have weakness. So there's something we always working on until we get to heaven where everything is perfect. There's always something we'll have to be improving on. So that's the first thing. So let's look at positive framing in 5. Yeah, okay. Which overthinking, let's start with overthinking, because I've done some of this exercise. So I'll start from there because it's easier. I realize I'm very empathetic. I'm drawn to justice. I hate injustice. And because of empathy and my desire for things to be fair, I tend to overanalyze and overthink how things are impacting people. So instead of saying I'm an overthinker, I now say I care. I care about how what I do impacts people. So that's how the positive spin I put on it. I should go ahead. Okay. Okay. So I'm trying to remember the names. Procrastination. You can work under pressure. When you procrastinate, though, do you end up doing the task? Then it means you can work under pressure, even though you're not sleeping. So we'll come to how to make it better. But because some people, they'll procrastinate, but they end up not doing it. So if you procrastinate and you can still do it within that short time, it means you actually have an ability to walk at a speed. It may not be sustainable. It may, we have to work on that. But that's a strength in itself. The fact that you can do something that'll take people 1 hour to do, you can do it in 15 minutes. That's a strength. Yes, Tatokpe, you want to say something? No? Okay. Yes.
Thank you. If you say you procrastinate and you still do it, can we also say it means you might be paying attention to details to make sure you're taking careful look at something, not just jumping?
Perfectionist.
That's the next thing, which will be how to make it better. So that's the next step we'll come to.
Let me give you an example to that. So, for example, my wife is a perfectionist. Does that make sense? I'm like, it's amazing how God will give you the opposite of yourself. And I think that humbles both of you. And I'm like, let's do this. Let's move on to the next thing you say. So I think it's also helping her, because it took me a long time to understand, okay, she's not a procrastination, she's a perfectionist, right? Because procrastination offends me. Perfectionist makes me understand her better to see how we can both work together. So, for example, you were talking about not being social, right? You're a social butterfly. I can actually see that on you, you see. Does that make sense, right? Meaning you're a social butterfly. Does that make sense, you see? And that will be your strength, the ability to speak to people, to communicate to people, ability to walk into a room and people are attracted to you. What do you want to do in university? Business. So being a social butterfly helps you in business. See? So for example, in business, you're more likely to make more money just because people like you, not because of your product. So they like you first, then they think of your product second.
Because people buy people.
People buy people. It doesn't make sense. They buy likeness. Does that make sense, right? So some of you, if I tell you what phone do you use, you might say Apple. You probably don't know how to use 10% of the phone. But it's just like the idea of Apple. Some of you buy Nike. Say, why? Say, it's just Nike, you know, just, you know. So that's the way, you know, it works also. And with the lady who was speaking about anger, you know, so why do you say your weakness is anger? Sorry. This is your sister. So why do you think your emotions are sensitive?
If I see someone crying, I'll feel like I want to cry too.
Okay.
Because like sometimes I feel guilty, even though I don't even know the person and I didn't even make them cry. And if I see because I don't like to share like how I feel to people, which makes my emotions worse. The only person I feel sometimes I feel comfortable sharing it to is my big sister.
Is she in the room? So you have the perfect big sister because she's empathetic. I'm trying to show you something.
Yeah,
I'm going somewhere. But go on. You're answering your own questions and you're getting your deliverance right now. So go on.
And then, like, let's say if I see my little sister crying, I'll go to the mirror, I'll see tears coming out my eyes too. And then, sometimes, like I said, I'll feel guilty even though I wasn't even involved in the situation. And sometimes I feel like I don't belong, which makes me very, very angry. That's why, like, if someone says that I should please leave the room, I'll get angry. But I just don't know why. I just randomly get angry.
Is your parent here? Are your parents here? So what do you think the positive of that is? Of that? Guys, please listen. What you get something out. What do you think the positive of that is? Right? So think about it. You said you get angry when somebody else is angry and you start crying. What do you... You're caring? There's another... Then what is care plus fire? Care plus fire.
It's justice.
Justice. There's the word I'm looking for. And this is the color of that word I'm looking for. Passion. Does that make sense to see? So you're passionate, and that's what comes with leadership. When God calls people into leadership, they're passionate. A very good example is Moses. Does that make sense, right? Moses, something inside of Moses knew he was called to save the people of Israel, even though he had not found a way to manage his passion, which is the stage you are right now, which is what went to kill the 2 Egyptians. He saw bullying the Israelites. Does that make sense, right? So the stage you have to be is find a way where God can help you. So take it to God in prayer. Say, God, the Bible says, anger rests in the bosoms of fools. And I'm not a fool because it's your spirit that rests within me. Say, God, help me channel my passion. And also find people you speak to, like your sister, like your parents, and also always let go of emotions. Does that make sense to say? Say, God, take this emotion from me. Even if you can say, God, help me, to take this emotion from me. Like the Bible guy in the Bible says, say, God, help my unbelief. I want to try to believe, but God, help my unbelief. God, take this emotion from me. And as you begin to see that, everything comes into play. Your passion begins to be channeled. Your leadership anointing upon you begins to fall, and everything works together. Okay?
That's so good. And just sorry, I didn't mean for this to be about your family, but I just noticed a dynamic which I think is important. She's empathetic, and one of the weaknesses of being, like that is people take you for granted. She has passion for justice, and she gets angry. So when somebody treats someone unfairly, you get fired up to speak up. So there's a dynamic at play there. So God does not bring us into families accidentally. If you look at the structure, the nature of your family, you notice that yourself and your siblings are different. So it's identifying how to balance the dynamic of your family that's very, very important. So people like that, they need people like you to be in their corner. And people like you need people like her as well. Time.
No. You're good. I just want to add to you, Orefe. Another thing is you can look at, you may not know this now, but Uncle Kofo says something, justice. And what career would you think justice fall under? Law. Exactly. So you see that most of your behavior patterns and stuff is channeled towards that. Does that make sense? So don't see it naturally as a weakness. It's going back to what Uncle Kofo said, knowing when it's needed and knowing when to just step back.
And just to add, please find someone who can help you to channel that energy. Does that make sense, right? Somebody who you can speak to. Say this is where I be, because some of those things will leave you with maturity and with time, right? And if you don't channel it properly, for somebody else who doesn't channel it properly, it doesn't leave them, and it destroys them even into marriage. You have a question?
Mine was being too forward, and I said to refrain my weakness, I said made for being a leader, because, well, being too forward is doing things when you're not asked to, and being a leader is doing things when you're teaching someone how to do it. So I feel like being forward, to refrain that is being a leader.
You're so good. Honestly, I'm just blown away. The fact that you're 9 years old, you're so articulate, you're so self-aware. Where is your parent? Is your parent here? Oh, they're saying goodness. Yeah. Yeah, just... Yeah, I'm really, really blown. You're confident as well. It's beautiful to just see, honestly.
So the strength for that is you need to know when to go forward, right? Does that make sense? You see, because that passion of being too forward will always drive you. Does that make sense? So there can also be a little element of being too forward. It can also be a little element so it's knowing how to manage it. Does that make sense, right? So even as a leader, you need to know when to. Does that make sense, you see?
I think I see procrastination under pressure because I wasn't thinking straight. But I think my weakness is actually not knowing how to set boundaries. And I just want to know if you have any advice on how to reframe that weakness into a possible strength.
Right, okay. So you said your weakness is not being able to set boundaries. Yeah, I still think it's that element of care and not wanting to let people down. You are dependable, so you are. The word sacrifice comes to mind, but it can also be taken the wrong way. So I'll be careful with that. But you are willing to help as much as you can help. That's a good thing. But boundaries is important because people are people. And people tend to, with every strength, the devil or anything that should be a strength, the devil tries to bring people to destroy that. And more often than not, people like that who can't say no, they find themselves in abusive situation, whether emotional abuse, financial abuse, psychological abuse. So boundaries is very, very important. And whilst for somebody like me, because I'm very direct, it's very easy for me to set boundaries. Knowing people like yourselves, I know it's very hard for them to set boundaries. So I'll say pray. Ask the Holy Spirit which areas of your life does He want you to apply a firm no. And tell Him to help you take away the savior mentality from your mind. Because none of us here is Jesus. Jesus, even when He was on earth, He didn't help every single person. And when we put ourselves in that position of God, we actually put ourselves as idols in people's lives. And sometimes it comes from a place of insecurities. If you've been let down before, if you have gone through any form of neglect, you then find that ability to identify with that pain as a coping mechanism, and you find yourself lashing onto that. So pray for God to help you, but also think about, where did this come from? Have I always been like this? Was there an incident that made me start behaving like this? And where can God help me to say no?
Yes, Thank you very much. I think it's just being more confrontation and being like, I don't like how he spoke to me, or like some of my friends, I don't know how to explain it, but me personally, I'm someone that is really careful with my words. So I tend to refrain from like using certain type of words, being around people that say certain type of things. But because like they're just like so free, they think it's okay to speak like that to me, and I don't know how to be like, right, I don't like you when you do that to me, face to face, if that makes sense. I think, yeah.
Okay, I was just going to ask, is there anybody who knows you very well in this room? Your siblings, right? Do you think she doesn't know how to set boundaries? Speak, oh. Because of my spirit tells me you do know how to set boundary. My spirit tells me you actually want to go to the next level of those boundaries. Aha. So I can hear it clearly, you see. So you know how to set boundaries, right? Is she a stern person? A stern person, like you're firm. Because I can see that, right? So you're firm, like so you don't take nonsense. 50-50. You've answered yourself, so.
Did that answer your question, by the way? Yeah, that's good. One more, and we'll wrap up the session. Oh, well, one more. If there's no... Oh, okay, yeah.
You didn't give her on, that's fine. Okay, go on.
Oh, bless.
Having a lot of energy.
That's actually, I need some of that energy. That's actually a really, really good thing. Brother Kofo, having a lot of energy, positive framing.
I think it's a good thing.
It's a good thing.
I think it's also management. You know, does that make sense to see? So who's that? Is that you? Yeah, I think it's a good thing. Are your parents in the room? Ah. Oh, that's your auntie. Oh. It's
Your
a beautiful
grandchild. You almost made me collapse.
Do you want to go first? Because I'm trying to, because it's quite young. There's some things I don't want to say.
Yeah, you know, looking at you, the fact that you're not running around the room and you're actually able to stay still. So I'm really struggling to understand that. I don't think, I think, yes, you have energy, but you are able to apply discipline and restrain.
Which most people of his age don't have.
Exactly. So I wouldn't necessarily accept that it's a weakness for you because you have the self-awareness to know where to exert that energy and where to be, you know, composed. So I think, just continue to understand your environment. Know if you are in a play area, exert your energy. If you're in an atmosphere where you need to be calm in school, be calm on the playground, run around. I think that's really what I can say with that. Is that helpful? Yeah. Right, good. The last activity, and I will be out of here. So let's look at one strength we want to enhance and one weakness we want to improve. So let's just limit it to one. One strength.
You want to make better?
Yeah.
And you want to improve?
Yeah.
That's what you're going to say?
Yeah, because of the later one.
Yeah. So think about it. What strength would you like to make better? You can write it down.
What's one thing that you're good at that you want to continue to be good at? And what's one thing you're not so good at that you'd like to be good at? Or you want to improve, so you want to put work into that area to be good.
And it's quite good that I can see everybody writing, so that's a strength already. So we have 30 more seconds. Second?
Just an action. What would you do?
What would you do?
Yeah, to make yourself become better in your area of strength or improve in your area.
So let me give you an example, just for people who don't. So for example, if I want to eat better, So what would I do? I stopped going to McDonald's
Shop better.
or shop better, but for young people. I stopped going to McDonald's, so some of it's
Stop
like
buying
that. So I can see
sweets.
people scratching their head like that's impossible.
Stop buying sweets from the corner shop.
So have you written yours? Can I see? Is anyone still writing? Okay, I think we're all done. I think you'll be interested in what she has to say.
So like what I'm good at the most is art and cooking. So basically like, and the thing that the action I need to do to enhance it is that like I should focus more. I should like relax and spend less time on social media.
That's so good. That's really, really good. So what the other action you can do, because you not spending time on social media, yes, you've stopped doing something, but you need to start doing something to fill up that time. So what you can do is get plain paper. When it's your birthday, when people ask you what you want, ask for coloring books, ask for canvases from Amazon, and just draw, okay? Because it's one thing to stop doing something, but if you have a vacuum, the devil loves vacuum. He'll come and occupy your time, your space again. So try and do more crafts. Has this been helpful? Thank you.
I just feel we should pray. Does that make sense? So I want us to seal this up in prayer. So we're going to do the prayer in 2 ways before we close. I have the permission to do this. So I want you guys to stand up, right? So the first thing is, physician, you're going to heal thyself. I want you to pray for yourself, right? So I want you to look at that paper, look at the things that are your strengths, the things that you need God to help you with. And say, okay, God, these are my strengths. God, enhance the strengths. Make me better at it, you see. Connect me with the right people. And the things you want to improve on, say, Holy Spirit, help me to improve on these things. So begin to pray. Say, Holy Spirit, help me to improve on these things. I want you to look at the paper. So the things that are your strengths. Say, God, empower me. Make me a better person at this, you see. God, the things you've called me for in this life, let them begin to come. Let them begin to come. Let me begin to grow. Let me begin to mature. People that want to have boundaries, say, God, teach me how to have healthy boundaries, you see. Teach me to recognize myself. Teach me to see myself the way you see me. Teach me to be a good ambassador for you. Teach me to be a good citizen for you. Teach me to be a good contributor for you. Teach me to be a good ambassador of the Daniels for you. Lord, in the city of Manchester, even the guys who just moved from the UK into Nigeria, say every provision that God has called for your vision, for your school fees, or your international school fees, for whatever, say God will provide for you in this season. Another thing that I also want to pray is for marriage. You might think you're young. Trust me, you are not young. Even if you're 5, I want you to think about your marriage. And I want you to pray for yourself. I can see some people praying for somebody else. No, you pray for yourself. Trust me, I don't want to see you in Shiloh in 20 years. So pray for yourself and say, God, say the right man, the right woman. This is a serious prayer. You're laughing. Okay. The right man, the right woman. The worst thing you can do is marry the wrong person. Say the right man, the right woman that you've called for me on this planet. Even though your parents are praying for you, pray for yourself. It's not a shameful thing. That's one of the things we need to learn in our culture. That's how you plan your life. Say the right, if you're asking to pray for money or university, you'll be so excited, but this holds everything together. Say the right relationships, the right friendships, the right groups that I need to fulfill destiny in this life, to be a good ambassador for you in this world. Father, give unto me.
In Jesus' name. God, we thank you for this moment. We thank you because you have created us in your image and in your likeness. And when you created us, you said we were good and we are good. I thank you because you've deposited in us everything that we need to become the person you've created us to be. And I just speak life into those strengths. I speak life into those skills. I speak open doors of opportunities. I speak for wisdom. I speak covering over them, God. And I just pray, I'm really drawn to this thing of abuse, especially people who are very emotional and very who help a lot. I pray, God, for wisdom to navigate that skill. And I just pray that you will bring a shield around these individuals, God. I just pray that there will be a protection over them. And I also pray that they will see the fruit of their labor of love, because oftentimes when you are skilled and gifted in that area, it can be demotivating when it feels like you are always giving and not saying anything for it. So God, I pray for increase. I pray for fruitfulness, God. I pray for those in uni, those in high school. I pray for continuous guidance. We talked about friendship today. I pray that you bring friends around them who will help them to become who you want them to be. I pray you bring friends their way who will push them closer to you and not away from you. I pray, God, that there will be a self-awareness, a level of self-awareness in them for them to know who you have created them to be. That they will not fall into the lies of the enemy, but they'll be anchored by the truth of your word that says that they are children of God, that says that they are the light of the world and the salt of the earth, that it says they are the head and not the tail, that they are victorious, God. So, God, I speak against any evil narrative that be spoken over them. I break every lie of the enemy, any lie, anything that be spoken to them, anybody who called them talkative, anybody who said they don't listen, they never stay still. I just speak an end into those statements, God, and I declare that these are great communicators. I declare that these are pillars for the kingdom. I declare that these are giants in Israel. I declare that these are the head and not the tail. I declare that these are princes and princesses of wars. I declare that these are the giants that will break the walls of the kingdom of darkness in this land. And so, God, I just pray that that which you've planted in them, God, will come into full fruition, God. I thank you because you will give them the wisdom to cultivate these divine skills and ability that you've placed before their hand, that they will identify and know that they are not just here by accident, but they are here to occupy a space that nobody else can occupy, God. That they will not be timid, but they will have courage, just like Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, to say, if everybody else bows, we will not bow down, God. Help them to stand for righteousness. Help them to stand for truth, and help them to stand for holiness. In Jesus' name, amen.
I just add one thing as you were praying. Is anybody here how many of you hear God clearly? The Bible says, there's any man in Israel, I speak to him through dreams and visions, but Moses, my friend, I speak to him face to face as a man speaks to his friend. Does anybody hear God clearly? Anybody? Okay. Is there anybody who wants to hear God clearly? Right. It's not a long thing. Just raise up your hand. Just raise up your hand. You're right. Just be sure, So those are the people who are going to pray. And I want you to say yourself, and say, God, pour out your spirit upon me. One more time, I want to say it with assurance. Say, God, pour out your spirit upon me. It's done. Some of you have dreams, visions. Please share with your pastors and begin to pray. Say, God, pour out your spirit upon me, because the time we live in, you need to be able to hear God. The times we're living in, as you go into school, into the workplaces, you need to be able to hear the Spirit behind you say, do that, don't do that. So that is needed in this season. So continue to pray there. And when I see you, I will hear testimonies in Jesus' name.
Thank you. Can we clap? Thank you so much. So we're rounding up now, just the last few pieces to do. We're going to do a mood board. So paper is being shared right now to go round. It's something like that. So you just looking at things that are actionable goals that you can take into the new year. Actionable goals. So it's just, I can see that's pictures, but you're writing stuff that you are going to put into the new year for yourself. Also, taking into consideration what we've learned about strengths and weakness, you can also put that there. So, example again is, I need to get my provisional license for those who don't have one and should have already had one. Put that in there. So please, can we do that quickly before we round up? Thank you. You can just put in the middle 2025, or you can put actionable goals and then write in a circle, round it. No, here. And then write, yes, like that. And then in the circle round it, you're just writing points.